Chairman is present. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., and your location, please. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, and your location, please. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, and your location, please. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, and your location, please. Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty, and your location, please. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty, and your location. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, and your location, please. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Chairman, we only have one member present and 5 members not entering roll call.
Delegate Yellowhair, I was on mute here at Fort Frank. I'm present.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is present. And Chairman, we have 2 members entering roll call and 4 members not entering roll call.
Vice Chair calling in now. Vice Chair Smith here.
Okay, thank you, Shanella.
Okay.
We have 3 members. Chairman, we have 3 members present and 3 members not entering roll call. Chairman?
Thank you for that roll call. We do not have a quorum, so let's wait a few more minutes. Thank you.
This is Delegate Brown. I'm online also.
Chairman, did you want me to go ahead and redo roll call?
Yes, please. Please read the roll call again.
Okay, Chairman, roll call for the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council regular meeting, August 17, 2021. Jamie Hinu?
Present.
Thank you. Honorable Jamie Hinu is present. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. And your location?
Present. Present.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is present. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair?
I'm present.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is present. Honorable Elmer P. Begay? Honorable Elmer P. Begay? Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty? Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty?
Yeah,
Honorable-
Dave Sada, this is Delegate Amber Kenneth-Crotty. I'm calling in from Sheep Springs, Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty is present. Honorable Nathaniel Brown?
Delegate Brown is present.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown is present. Chairman, we have 5 members entering roll call and 1 member not entering roll call. Chairman?
Thank you for the roll call. We do have a quorum, and we'll continue with our regular meeting, August 17th, 2021. With this, we have our agenda before us, proposed agenda. We conducted a roll call invocation this morning. Delegate Jimmy Gill had provided us an invocation this morning at the beginning of our budget hearing. Moving forward to number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. We do have our legislative branch staff here, Ginaka and Mother Nelson, with us, helping us along. And then we do have the Office of Navajo, Office of Legislative Council on the line, right? Ms. Tapahi on the line with us.
I'm here, Mr. Chair. I believe Dana Bobroff will be chiming in. She'll be listening in now and then as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Also, Office of Navajo Nation Department of Justice.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. This is Mel Rodas on the line. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rhodes, for being on the line. And then we do have our Navajo Nation Office of Speaker, Navajo Nation Council. Do we have Speaker's Office staff on the line? Legislative branch staff, anybody?
Good morning, Chairman. This is Manuel Rico with Legislative Services. I'm on the line.
Morning, Chairman Henyo. This is also Tommy Sosi from Office of the Speaker on the line.
Good morning. Good morning. I cannot thank you for acknowledging and for the record that you are counted. Office of President, Vice President.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. This is Leonard Sosi with OPVP.
For acknowledging, and we'll move forward to the Office of the Management Budget.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, committee members. This is Lisa Jim with OMB.
Good morning, Lisa. Thank you for staying on the line with us.
This is Cordell.
Cordell from Riyadh. Hey, good morning.
Oh, ja, ist nicht da.
Is there anybody else from the Office of Management and Budget? Nomination Office of the Controller. Nomination Office of the Controller. Moving on, do we have the Navajo Nation Department of Health on the line, Dr. Jill Chen? Navajo Nation Department of Health. Okay. We do have tried calling for the Office of the Controller. What about the Office of the Auditor General? Office of the Auditor General. We heard from the Department of Justice. Maybe Mr. Paul might join us later. Do we have Navajo Engineering Construction Authority on the line?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee. NECA and staff is on the line.
Thank you. Thank you for acknowledging this. Thank you. Sorry, and your name?
My name is Brett Grubbs.
Brett Grubbs. Okay, so noted on our roll call sheet. Thank you. Do we have Navajo Housing Authority on the line? Navajo Housing Authority? Okay, with that, that's Lee Wills is also on the line for the record. State your name for the record. Okay, with that, let's move forward on our agenda. Review the agenda. Peggy, if you would read the agenda to the record for us, please.
Good morning, everybody. For the Budget and Finance Committee, meeting. This is your proposed agenda of the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council. August 17, 2020, or 2021, I'm sorry. It's a regular meeting, 10 o'clock via teleconference. Presiding is Jamie Henio, Chairperson, Raymond Smith, Jr., Vice Chairperson, Place, Budget and Finance. It's not actually, that's an error. Anyway, it's via teleconference, Window Rock, Navajo Nation. One, call the meeting to order, the roll call, the invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journal. None. 5, receive reports. A, Health Command Office's update on COVID-19 presented by Dr. Jill Jim, Director, Navajo Department of Health and others. B, FY20 audit findings, internal discussion with the Office of the Controller, Office of the Auditor General, Department of Justice, NECA, and NHA. First bullet is the Auditor General regarding repeat findings, performance audits. And then the second one is the Office of the Controller regarding the CARES funds breakdown on $200 to $300 million. And then the third bullet is the Office of the Controller regarding the expenditure report on external funds. And then the fourth is the NECA NHA plans to use FRF to fund government services. C is FY22 budget update presented by Dominic Bial, Office of Management and Budget, 60 business, none, 7 new business. A, legislation number 0115-21. An action relating to the Resources and Development and Budget and Finance Committees approving a modification to the FY 2021 proprietary budget account. Business unit number 115017 for the Navajo Nation Museum, an increase of $72,000 for the museum to resume and continue its operations, sponsored by Mark Freeland, Council Delegate. 8, close of the session, written announcements adjournment. The next regular meeting is September 7th, 2021. Mr. Chair.
And thank you for that reading. With that, motion on the Budget and Finance Committee members. Is there a motion? Motion accepted. Motion by President. Second?
Yes.
Second, Delegate Brown.
Second by Delegate Daniel Brown. So with this, we do have a motion and a second. Floor is open for any debate or questions, comments on the agenda.
Mr. Chair, you're not clear in your, I can't hear you.
Right now.
You're still kind of choppy.
Okay, thanks, my phone line here. Is there any questions or comments on the line? Because I'm holding the phone right up to about 2 inches away. So, is there any comments or questions on the agenda as read? Then we have we'll call for the question to accept the agenda as read. Ramon, if you roll call vote.
Mr. Chair, this is Peggy.
Yes, Peggy.
I believe that we need to schedule the comprehensive budget, the dates that we're going to have, and have the committee vote on it so we can make that request, please.
Okay, Peggy, please explain further so the committee will have a better idea of what they'll be voting on.
Chair Henio, this is Delegate Crotty.
Mr. Delegate Crotty, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair, committee members. I was calling to, or I wanted to, yesterday at the Resource and Development Leadership Meeting, they had a conversation regarding the possible transfer of grazing officials from Department of Ag to Division of Community Development. In that discussion, our Resource and Development Committee requested a joint meeting with Budget and Finance Committee to address some possible policy recommendations either to the BIM or the financial process to improve how grazing officials are paid through the Navajo Nation financial process. So, Chair, if you wanted to, I don't know if we need to add that discussion onto the agenda or just work with our advisor to select dates where we could have that discussion. I just wanted to state on the record that was the request from Resource and Development, and any guidance on how we move forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Shanta. With this, back to Peggy. Two things here. The first thing is to explain further on what unit schedule a budget processing, because that way the committee would make the right amendment to this agenda. And then the second part is if you've been in contact with Ms. Jenny Begay with the Resource Development Committee's legislative advisor.
Chair, if I heard you right, were you asking me to explain why we need to schedule the comprehensive budget agenda?
Yes.
Oh.
The committee would be better aware and they could make the motion for the amendment to this agenda.
Okay. According to the BIM calendar, number 13, it says August 19th through the 25th, 2021. But I have heard that the Attorney General has scheduled a litigation update on the 19th and 20th, which would be the first 2 days of the budget hearing for comprehensive budgets. And so budget hearings. And so that leaves us only 3 days, the August the 23rd through the 25th for complying with this budget calendar. And you know that we have the audit legislation, which will be dropped tomorrow for the 5-day comment. And then as soon as that's ready, we need to call a special meeting for the Budget and Finance to recommend to NABI and to the council the approval of the annual audit. And so that will, hopefully we will get the council in by the 27th so that that's completed, because the bondholders have to have that document by the 29th of August. And that's per the covenants that were made with the bondholders and the Navajo Nation.
Well, that's what I was talking about. And the other part is that, if I may mention the Budget and Finance Committee, 26 and 27, we did approve authorization travel to Scottsdale to meet with joint meeting with the Resource Development and Budget and Finance with CKP Insurance. But through the email that I've been reading, that Speaker Damon is holding off on his signature because I believe he is also trying to schedule a special meeting on the 27th. Therefore, he's not signing off on the ORTs. And so there was a request from RDC to reschedule to CKP to think about rescheduling this joint meeting. That's for FYI, on the Budget Finance Committee. So with this, we do have the 3 days of the hearing, 23rd, 24th, and 25th. If the committee, the Budget and Finance Committee, are interested in attending the DOTA litigation updates, because officially those are the 2 dates that were scheduled to start 19th, 20th. And this is for the overall comprehensive budget. So with this, floor is open for discussion on this subject, budget finance committee.
Chairman Tenyo, this is Delegate Crotty.
Delegate Member Crotty, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Henyo. So Navajo Nation, we're now back to orange status, and could Ms. Nakai provide to the committee, is there going to be a call-in option? I understand this is travel to, I don't understand why we're going to Santa Ana Pueblo to get a litigation update on Navajo Nation. And I think as a committee, if individuals are going, we are trying to figure out if there's a call-in option and if they're going to be under the 25, the 25 capacity as we move forward. If that would be helpful, Chair. But I will prioritize the committee's budget hearing if that's going to be scheduled. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. Comments? Any other comments, questions, committee members? There was also a question in there. Will there be an option for call-in? Peggy, do you have any information regarding the call-in option?
Chair Henio, I was trying to do an email to the Attorney General. I don't know if she's on the call or anybody from the Attorney General's office. I was trying to do an email asking them if there was an option for a call-in. Maybe they know.
Hold on, Peggy. We're getting off. We're starting to go to this. We're only approving the agenda. I'm sorry, can you just put this on the agenda officially with a motion and second for amendment number 1, that we can have a further discussion on this subject here. It'll be item 7B, and then we can move on to this further discussion as far as debating, as far as how the committee wishes to proceed. So committee members, floor is open. There is an open motion for amendment number 1.
Motion, Delegate Crotty.
Continuation with Delegate Member Crotty motion to for amendment number 1 to schedule a budget hearing, comprehensive budget hearing process for August 19th to the 25th. Is there a second?
Hello. What was the motion again?
The motion is to add action item on new business 7B as 7B, which is a discussion on the comprehensive budget hearing process with Budget and Finance Committee, which is scheduled from August 19th to the 25th. That's the motion.
Okay, I'll second.
Christina, second by Nathaniel Brown. So with this, we do have a motion and second for amendment number 1. So with that amendment number 1, back to Peggy regarding a request for joint meeting from Resource Development Committee. Have you received any type of information?
Mr. Chair, I didn't quite catch the amendment 1, the motion and second. If you could repeat that for me. And then, no, I just sent the email and I haven't seen a response. I just asked them to call in. Perhaps Mel may be able to ask that question of the Attorney General as well. Thank you.
No, I was talking about the Resource Development Committee regarding the request for a joint meeting.
Oh, were you asking me for available dates for that meeting?
No, I'm asking if you received any type of communication from Ms. Sam today for a request for a joint meeting.
I believe I saw an email or something written, or someone showed it to me or something. I can't remember. I've seen so many documents. I'm sorry, but I haven't seen a written memo or anything like that.
I appreciate that. Thank you for that. The amendment number 1 is the motion and second, which is item 7B on the agenda. The discussion you were requesting for, which is a comprehensive budget oversight hearing, from Budget Finance Committee for August 19th to the 25th. That's the amendment to further discuss what the committee will be doing due to the fact that there is a scheduled DOJ litigation update on the 19th and 20th.
Can you let me know who made the motion?
Motion by Delegate Amber Canales Bakari, and second by Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Thank you, Chair.
Appreciate it. Any discussion, further discussion on amendment number 1, committee members? Then I call for the question. Ramona, if you would lead us in a roll call vote on amendment number 1.
Sure, Chairman, roll call vote on amendment number 1. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith votes green. Honorable Jimmy O'Hare, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy O'Hare, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakari, how do you vote?
Delegate Amber Keenan Bakrati, and I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakari votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Chairman, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 2 members not voting. Chairman?
I'll vote green. I was on mute.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Chairman, the vote for the amendment is 4 members in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Thank you for that roll call vote. We do have amendment number 1 as it can pass with 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chairman not voting. Moving back to the main motion. Any further questions or comments on the main motion?
Delegate Chairman Taylor.
You have the floor.
Yeah. Okay. There's litigations will be going on September August 19 and 20. And then we just voted. Did I understand that our budget will be number 1 priority? The way there was a motion by Shumayaja. Karate says we have to take care of the business, take care of the budget first. Is it what's going on, Chairman?
We just added that to the agenda for discussion. And so that's part of the discussion. They don't.
Okay. All right.
Any further questions or comments on the agenda? I'd like to know, yeah, I'll call for the question to accept the agenda with one amendment, which is to schedule a action item on new business 7B. With this, roll call vote. It's Ramona Nelson, please help us out.
Sure, Chairman, roll call vote on voting for the adopting of the agenda. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott-Crotty, how do you vote?
Shaded Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bott-Crotty, and I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott-Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Thank you for that roll call vote. We do have an agenda for us. We have adopted our agenda with a vote in favor. They're opposed, chair not voting. We'll move forward. Okay, with that, next item on our agenda is review and adopt the agenda journal. There's none. Item 5, received the report. Item A, Health Command Office update on COVID-19 presented by Dr. Jolson, Director for the Navajo Department of Health, and others. So with this, do we have Dr. Jolson on the line with us today?
Chair, this is Delegate Begay calling in again.
Location, and your location?
Burnside.
Burnside. To get that, Ramona?
Yes, Chairman, I did. Thank you.
Okay. With that, do we have our presenter for item A, Health Command Office update on COVID-19? Our first call for presenters for the Health Command Office update on COVID-19.
Good morning, Chair Henyo. This is Dr. Jim on the line.
Kashina, good morning, Dr. Jim. You have the floor on the report, item A.
Okay. Well, thank you, Chair Henyo, as well as Budget and Finance Committee members and others are on the call to do an update on COVID-19. I don't have other individuals reporting. I am in queue for also to present on the town hall in a bit, but for OPBP, I just wanted to just briefly share our gating criteria for this week. We did go back into orange status, but we are remaining at 50% on that. So we'll be sharing that with the public today again virtually. Basically, the new public health order is really just are targeting the clusters that we are seeing, and that is basically where we're at with gatherings that have occurred that are increasing our numbers, and these include gatherings at family gatherings and also places of worship or churches or some areas that we're looking at. And so we just strongly recommend that people do adhere to the new order to have the family gatherings and other sorts of outdoor gathering at 15. We do have the remaining 25 gatherings for in-person training and meetings that are still in effect. We are in orange status. We are not on a downward trajectory. We are on a increased cases and upward trajectory, and we are seeing more test results that are coming in positive. We are still in the threshold for orange for test capacity, which is 7.6% for this last week, and the threshold for that one is around 7.9%. We also have seen an increase in testing across the nation. We are not seeing an impact with our hospitals. We are still remaining under 80% for hospital and inpatient beds. We do have a concern, I guess, that where we have a benchmark with having 5 contact tracers for every case, and we are at 2. We will like to see 5, but we are also, I know, reactivating contact tracers across the Navajo Nation, and these are employees within the health facilities that have other responsibilities, are usually reactivated to take on additional responsibilities, and that includes contact tracing. So I know hospitals are working hard on that. We do have at least 72% of our population that are eligible for a vaccine, which is ages 12 and up, that are vaccinated at least with 1 dose, and 65% fully vaccinated. We also have administered 98% of the doses we received, and I think there has been some social media that we're trying to correct as well, and that is that there was a postings, if you see online, that has 99% of Navajo Nation residents vaccinated. Whoever posted that information basically is probably looking at administered doses, not really the fully vaccinated. So misinformation is something that we're going to continue to look at here at the Health Command Operations Center. And we are trending similarly to the U.S. as well in regards to the upward trajectory. And we are doing a little bit better when we, as far as new cases in the last 7 days. If we look at incidence rate across the 4 states, we are doing better than Utah, New Mexico, and Arizona. And Colorado seems to be really lower than us right now, but those are the trending where we're at. So we are seeing, of course, more Delta variants in most of our cases that are being sequenced in the month of July, as well as part of July and August, I guess we would say, where we started sequencing. We do have sequencing numbers of the variants on the Navajo Department of Health webpage, but recently there is a delay, of course, in sequencing, but we are seeing more of that Delta variant where we indicated it would be more transmittable, and it is, but we also are similarly trending across the United States with everybody else, but we are not seeing the impact with the hospitalization. So there are several communities that I just want to reiterate on our health advisory. Those communities that are listed in our health advisory ought to work with the schools to address any extra mitigation measures and in regards to ensuring that schools know that there is high transmission in their area, that they need to take extra precaution. These communities is a long list. It includes Baca, Pruitt, Vicente, Chachilca, Cove, Crown Point, Denahoto, Ganado, Hard Rock, Hawk, Inscription House, Kaibato, Kayenta, Loop, Noshchitty, Naslini, Newcomb, Rama, Red Lake, Rock Springs, Sheep Springs, Shiprock, Shanto, Smith Lake, St. Michael's, Tisto, Tanalia, Teatwa, and Upper Fruitland are the communities that are listed on our health advisory this week. So we're looking at drivers of transmission. We're looking at off Navajo Nation travel, faith-based events, family gatherings, and funerals are driving our cases. And so we just want everyone to definitely take extra precaution and just really reduce gatherings is probably the the main message that we want to let everyone know of. So that will end my report, Chair Henyo. Back to you.
Okay, thank you for that report, Dr. Jim. With this, Budget Finance Committee members, is there a motion to accept reports?
Motion, Delegate Crotty.
Okay, motion by Delegate
Oh, second, Delegate Brown.
Second by Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Floor is open for questions.
Delegate Crotty, I have a question, Chair.
Motion Nagara, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the report, Dr. Jill Jim, and also efforts to correct the social media about our vaccination. I do want to have a conversation, since this was at the Budget and Finance Committee. What are conversations to possibly, two questions. So possibly provide some financial incentive for those who are vaccinated, because I don't believe in providing incentives for those who have delayed or waited. But I think if there could be a conversation about how those who are vaccinated can receive some type of incentive, or if there's been talks to develop like a Navajo Nation lottery based on vaccination to increase those rates so that they could opt in, so they could get the vaccination to be eligible. And the second question was in terms of the donation money, is there any additional funding that could be used to help support increased vaccinations here on Navajo? So our children are returning back to school. It's good to hear that our hospitalization numbers are stabilized, but I think the effort then is, and when would we know if they're going to lower the vaccination age, and are schools requiring a vaccination to go to school, like similar to other vaccinations like measles and chickenpox? If you could just give me an update on what are those recommendations, because the council did rescind the emergency order to require virtual learning. I'm not sure if there's recommendations on the hybrid, and if the oversight or a delegate is going to legislation on health command's recommendation as our children go back to school and our college students. So there's a lot of movement happening here on Navajo Nation. So thank you very much, Chair, committee members.
Sure, thank you for those questions. Any further questions or comments?
This is Delegate Brown.
Delegate Brown, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. Budget and Finance Committee. To all our staff, and thank you for the report, Dr. Jill Jim, and all your work you and your team do. So I think you covered this. I was trying to listen. What is you said you're correcting the social media on the adult population, the amount of Navajos that are vaccinated. If you could repeat that. And I'm glad some of the report that I got was the hospitals surrounding the Navajo Nation, the border towns, including Phoenix and other areas. Are their beds filling up from outside people who are infected with Delta? And besides Delta, I'm trying to read up on, I'm not sure, I hope this is not true, but I know, are there any other variants, or what's the total amount of variants that have been, that are identified at this time, and how many of those are on Navajo? Yesterday, when I was in my Navajo Utah Commission, there's always this part with schools, where Navajo schools, and then we were talking about our Navajo population in the border towns who do not adhere to Navajo recommendations or policies to protect our people. So we were specifically looking at Bluff, Blanding, other schools. Page, over 80-90% of them are Navajo population. However, in those counties and in these states, I know in Utah, they passed a legislation where no masks are required. So in schools, masks are not required. I know that our Navajo families were concerned and what kind of legal ramification might happen if some of our students, and I was just reading this morning, I know this is far away, but it just seems like no matter what, it catches up and it shows up on Navajo. In Florida, they are quarantining over 5,000 students. I could imagine that the numbers are just going to increase due to possible exposure. So they're watching that closely as well. And how many of the schools here on Navajo, what are the recommendations as far, I guess this would be similar questions. What would be recommended at this time? I know that what people report to me is we still don't have the best Wi-Fi. We still have to drive. And I know some parents are actually saying it is really hard to be a teacher, a parent, to teach kids and from home with the lack of resources. So what else can we do? I know that with the CARES Act funding, we did try to beef up our broadband. So what are some of the other recommendations out there? Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you for those questions. Back to Dr. Good.
Yes, thank you for that question, Dr. Shama. Honorable Kadi, for your question regarding the lottery thing. I think there ought to be some sort of discussion with that. I think there is some internal discussion on incentivizing individuals, and I do agree with your recommendation about incentivizing those that have been vaccinated. And our vaccination rates or percentages have slowly increased in the last couple of weeks. So there are still some individuals out there that are not vaccinated. And I think that we can look at the donation funds for those reasons. We do have Indian Health Service funding, but they took, of course, the mechanism of funding sometimes takes a while. So I would like to look at that funding pool to see if we can try to look at incentivizing individuals to get vaccinated. In regards to the age for vaccine for Pfizer vaccine, I think there has been studies that have been initiated, and we're hoping that they've been stating that there would be going back to some sort of getting that approval either by the end of this year, and they were saying fall, but I haven't seen any new updates on that. I know they're also talking about the booster shots that are now for the immunocompromised individuals that do need a third booster shot was recommended by CDC as well. So as we continue this, we know that vaccines are effective. We also know people can still get affected with COVID, even though they're vaccinated, but they won't be as severe. And so still looking out for that information. As far as school vaccines requirement for teachers or either students, we have not had those conversations because I think we have to look at the overall picture of where do we start with vaccine mandates. And I hope that the three branches do come to some sort of understanding and agreement to do vaccine mandates soon. And I think that has been discussed internally and has been vocalized by executive branch before too. So I think that's one place to start to then begin looking at other sectors of the government, such as enterprises, making those internal decisions as well as also schools. So I know that's going to be on the table and has been discussed as far as getting people to get vaccinated. We also know that with hybrid learning, there is the new public health order that was just provided for schools that basically does recommend implementation of more aggressive social distancing measures. Hybrid learning is encouraged. Limited gathering to 15 or fewer persons for non-classroom instruction, such as back-to-school events. Virtual learning is encouraged for those aged 12 years and younger. Requires students, staff, and visitors to stay home when they're sick, or the new additional language in the public health order for schools that was issued and is now in effect since Monday. So hopefully we can work with the schools to follow those orders in order to do that. I think BIA and others are making decisions. So really it is at the local level to begin looking at where those flexibilities can happen and schools can function safely. We are not seeing a lot of school outbreaks or clusters right now. If you go onto the COVID-19 webpage, you will see an exposure of schools. There's a drop-down menu of school exposures that you'll see. We update them weekly. We updated our last one as of August 4th last week, so we'll get the team to update any exposures for this week. Within the August 3rd to August 4th, we had about 3 schools that were reported, which included Shiprock, Kintlachey, and Pinyon Elementary. And so there is a reporting mechanism that we'll be posting on the Department of Health webpage of the school exposures, but that will be publicly available as mentioned in the public health order as well. And then to Honorable Brown, yes, we will be looking at continuing to correct the 99% out there. 70, as I reported, I'll just repeat this, 72% of our eligible population have at least received 1 dose and 65% have been fully vaccinated. So those are the vaccination rates that we have as of today. As far as variants, there are different types of variants out there. And we have that on the Department of Health webpage. There has been 572 samples that have been sequence, and the Alpha variant is about 134. Delta and then the Delta Epsilon, which are similar, are about 57 and 36 because of the sequencing. They're not sure which particular variant is, but there we don't have Beta, but we have Gamma, Delta, and Delta. Those 4 different variants here on the Navajo Nations that have been sequenced as well. So you'll find that on the Department of Health webpage on the number of sequencings. I have to let them know when this was last updated. I don't see a date on there, but that's on the Department of Health webpage as far as those variants. So most of the UK and Delta variants have been identified, but I think Delta is taking over more of the sequencing variants here on Navajo. The border town schools, we just encourage with the local health departments in the state of Arizona, we work with this tribal liaisons to encourage them to work and convey our requirements and public health orders to make sure schools comply with that. But what happens off the border town, yes, it does sound like a challenge. The only thing we can do is just remind the parents and also possibly just reiterate the requirements to the border town schools, but I don't know to what extent that could be a Department of Education question regarding jurisdiction and how they can work with them. In regards to other recommendations regarding schools, I think there's a lot to address that we need to continue to work on, unmet needs, and there's also funding pools that we all need to better access and understand, not only through the Navajo Nation ARPA, but through Indian Health Service and BIE, and figuring out what are these large federal entities spending their dollars on, even holding our own Department of Health accountable to seeing how dollars are being shared, what resources are we sharing. And I think that always has been kind of the underlying kind of concern that I have is kind of concept. And I think they worry about that because right now I know there are pools of funding, but it's just a matter of identifying where those are, how much that is. And I think I would like to work with my oversight committee to address these concerns with them to work on my particular concern around funding allocated for especially COVID-19 response. So thank you for your questions, Chair.
Thank you for those that response to the questions at the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions or comments? So, any further questions or comments? Budget and Finance Committee? If not, Vice Chair Smith, the question. Vice Chair Smith. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair Henio. Thank you, Budget and Finance Committee members, those that are listening on board. And thank you, Dr. Jill Jim. Question is, Delta, what are the signs and symptoms of that? And we get an update on the COVID-19. How do you decipher COVID-19 versus Delta? Is it a combined? Is Delta and COVID-19 just combined together and we're getting the statistics? Or are you keeping a separate record of cases of Delta? The other question is your command system open? Or are you planning to, if not, are you planning to open up if this becomes to be a pandemic again? I know we're going back into the orange method, or orange status color. We were in the yellow. And the last question would be, how much of this information is actually getting out to the grassroots? How much of this is really hitting Masando and Hitche? Is there it being broadcast, or I keep hearing social media, but as you know that grandma and grandpa, they don't entertain themselves with social media. They have better things to do. So they need to be aware of it too. They need to be educated on what this is all about. Thank you, Chair Henio. And that's all the questions I have for now.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. That question back to Dr. Tim.
Yes, Chair Henio. Thank you, Honorable Smith, for that question. The coronavirus is one particular strain, I guess, and there's different mutations of that, and that's why there's a UK variant, there's a Delta variant, there's a South Africa variant. There are other variants that are out in South America that haven't made its ways, which is Lambda too. And so they change a lot of these regular terminology to the Greek language, but those are being captured differently. The daily case counts that we do to the state is just all variants. The only way we recognize, so when an individual gets tested on the Navajo Nation, it doesn't particularly say what kind of variant it is because they have to sequence it. So it goes up to the lab and then they test it either through their lab, and then that gets to the state and it just says it's COVID. The only way we're confirming that they're Delta is that we send our samples to TGen which we're working with through an MOU with the epicenter. So hospitals send their samples. This is an extra process in addition to what they already do to get some samples sequenced. So before, when the numbers were low, we were able to sequence probably most of them. But now that the numbers are going up, they're probably only selecting certain samples, and not all samples that are run, they have to meet certain criteria. And if they fail to meet some of those preliminary criteria for sequencing, they're no good. So not every particular test on the Navajo Nation is sequenced. It's also time consuming as well. So that's part of this surveillance is what we call it. We don't identify individuals that and report and have this sort of kind of like contact tracing, but most of them are usually taken care of. And now we're seeing is mainly all in those sequencing that we're receiving our Delta variants. It's no different than what the recommendations we have already for what we've been experiencing in the last year. It's just there is no distinction if you have Delta or not. It's the same symptoms, and so people could be, and depending if you're vaccinated or not, your response to how sick you get or how bad you experience COVID could be different depending if you're sick or not. So I think there isn't really a physical distinction between these different variants other than we all know that you have flu-like symptoms, and those are the only distinctions we have. And the regular recommendations that we have and we have dealt with this entire almost 2 years to date in the next couple of months is going to be where we're going to be at. And it's still the same recommendations. There is nothing that has changed. So whatever messaging the grassroots people or individuals at home, it's just that the variants are changing, they're mutating. Saha'oni is one way I describe it. And so it changes and it gets, you can get sick faster and it's more transmittable than Ninigi. It's happening now because we've seen it across the United States and how it has definitely increased very severely, and it is impacting the hospitalization in the neighboring states. But what we're not seeing is that Navajo, our hospitalizations are among non-COVID patients, and we are dealing, and hospitals have reported that they have to transfer elsewhere to other metro areas that they normally don't do, just because they're experiencing COVID-19 hospitalizations. So that's where we're at in regards to messaging. I know you mentioned that the last time I worked on trying to get more on the KTNN time with other radio stations. We often do a radio tour. We haven't done that. I think it's about time we do that again. The Health Command operations has been open the entire pandemic. We have not shut down. There are people staffing the 928-871-7014 number 5 days a week. Depending on the number of requests, we'll be activating possibly partial weekends if need be. I know that the EOCs out in the hospitals are activated, and this is what we need to make that connection around resources, is reactivating the humanitarian part of this with the Department of Emergency Management oversees the humanitarian response, working with chapters. And Health Command, our support staff mainly respond to COVID-19 patients. And so we have tent kits that are still available. We also are distributing around 35 or so boxes a week to families and for those that are requesting. The problem is that there are some hospitals, they're using other resources, and so there are certain areas that we hardly get requests for. There are other areas that we get requests for. It just really depends on the healthcare system that wants to receive resources. We still have hygiene kits and food boxes, and we're working with DEM to get other food boxes, food replenished as well. So we are still in active mode, and we have been. It's just not on weekends right now, but hospitals are actively working around the clock to do contact tracing during the weekend. So Chair, back to you.
Okay, thank you for that response, Dr. Jim. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions or comments?
Chair Henio, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you again, Dr. Jill Jim, for that information and the response back. The summer months, it seems like the numbers went down, and winter's coming. So does this virus love the winter? And will it be a spike in the numbers again? I know we were hit hard, and I know that there's a lot of folks that get vaccinated, but yet there's folks that may not have got vaccinated. And it's become, I guess, when you go out and you see people walk around either a mask or no mask, what is the recommendation to continue wearing our mask even if you're vaccinated? And sometimes you see a vendor saying, if you're vaccinated, you don't need to wear a mask. And is that safe, or would it be, you guys were working with the health department, and what is the recommendation on that? Because you get kind of conflicting, and it kind of confuses you. Well, if I'm vaccinated, I don't need a mask. Sometimes you start to lean towards that, and again, common sense is, no, you should just wear a mask anyway. What is the recommendation on behalf of that? And I know that we're supposed to continue the social distance and also washing the hands. And I guess looking at the winter months coming, it's going to be a long winter. And if this coronavirus will spike its head again, then that means that we'll probably turn from orange to what's the next color? I think it's red, if I'm right, where we're locked down again and curfew and ordered to stay home, and things go back to what it was a year ago, which makes life difficult. That's my question and concern. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, this is Delegate Brown.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, for that question. Delegate Nathaniel Brown, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. Budget and Finance Committee members, other colleagues. My other question is, I do understand that I think we all know of people who choose not to get vaccinated, and they have their own very logical reason. And Dr. Jim, do you know the full, well, you obviously can't, how much do you know of these vaccines and the amount of possible damage they might do to our bodies in the future? I know that when I listen to people say my hair is falling out, there's muscle mass loss, there's memory loss, there is chronic fatigue, a lot of other, I could imagine that some people are not, we don't have a full grasp of what the future this vaccine might cause. And I have people that tell me, well, I'm just going to be healthier. I'm running, I'm eating healthier, not eating high sugar, high carbs food. And when you compare and I guess in the more affluent communities, wealthy communities, we saw that COVID in the past year, not a lot of these Vilagana people passed away to the point where some of them didn't even believe it. What are they doing that Navajo and minority population are not doing? Is it really our diet? Is it the high carb intake, the soda intake, the fried bread, the tortillas, the canned salty meat that our people are eating that's causing, even to this day, the deaths that are due to COVID? Again, back to people choosing not to get vaccinated. I don't think a government, as the Navajo Nation, sovereign nation, we can force people to get vaccinated because they are very concerned of what this vaccine, if it was just quickly approved, and we don't know a lot about it still. There's different variations of it. It's mutating, and the people have valid concerns. And I always tell people I will never pressure you to get vaccinated because I don't want, there's a lot of information out there. People constantly sending me information either through podcasts or also through other researchers. And I do, there is a person who studies pandemics who said, don't take the vaccine shot, and because the future of this, there might be more side effects and even more damage to us. And how do I respond to people who tell me, well, this is a great time for, if it's the government or the organization to wipe us out as Native Americans, this would be perfect time for them to do this. They are distributing these vaccinations through IHS, where majority, 99.9%, are probably Navajo people who get their vaccinations, who get their medicine from. So it's definitely controlling that way that it's being delivered through those means. So these are concerns that our people have, people that are choosing not to get vaccinated. So what would be your response to how can we encourage our people to be healthy? And the main thing is, if you can please respond to what might happen to us who got vaccinated. You know, there's a big joke out there like, oh, in 3 years, you're going to all turn into zombies. and I think people are out there gathering this information. They're doing their own research. And I know a lot of information is not factual. So help us to respond to these. And I'm not a scientist. I do not study. I don't study pandemics. I'm not a doctor. Even doctors have a hard time explaining this to us. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Yeah, Chair, I have to get on the town hall right now. Is there a way I can just provide a written response to these questions?
If you would provide a written response, that would be helpful. We understand your busy schedule. Thank you for spending that time with us.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you. Bye. Oh.
In Budget and Finance Committee, unfortunately, our presenter had a prior commitment with Town Hall to inform the Navajo people regarding what we are discussing right now. So therefore, we need to give us a written report on the questions that were being posed. So that the Budget and Finance Committee move to accept the report with a vote, as we Dr. Chin is off the line right now. So this Ramona, if you would give us a roll call vote.
Yes, Chairman, roll call vote for accepting the report. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Red.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott-Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott-Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable okay, thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Balcati, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 2 members voting in the affirmative, 2 members opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Okay, thank you for that roll call vote, Ramona. We do have 2 in favor and 2 opposed. Therefore, it's up to me to pick the tie, and I do appreciate Dr. Jen spending time with us and providing all the information that she can about Green report. Moving on further, item B, FY20 audit findings, internal discussion with Office of the Controller, Office of Auditor General, Department of Justice, NECA, and NHA. First one, Auditor General report, repeat findings, performance audits. Nomination, Auditor General, are you on the line? Nomination, Office of Auditor General, first call.
Hello, Mr. Chair. This is Helen Brown from the Auditor General's office. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you for calling in.
Okay.
You do have the floor for the first part of this report to start us off with the on the agenda.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Again, good morning, members of the Budget and Finance Committee and all those that are on the line listening. I saw your agenda for today. This, I believe, is a continuation of the discussions that started when Moss Adams had their audit work session with your committee and to discuss their financial audit as well as the single audit findings. And so based on that work session, I was posed a couple of questions by Delegate Crotty, and I was trying to get on the call, but I wasn't able to unmute myself. So I agreed to provide the responses, and I sent an email the following day. So Peggy asked me to go ahead and go over my responses to those questions that were posed by Delegate Crotty as part of my presentation this morning, and answer any other questions that the committee may have. So the first question that Delegate Crotty asked is whether our office was cross-referencing these findings, and I believe she's referring to the single audit findings that were presented by Moss Adams. And my response to that question was that when our office does audit a program that receives federal funding, we typically inquire with that program if they were subject to the single audit requirements. And if they were, we will ask the program if there were any recent or outstanding findings that we need to be aware of, and if there was any corrective action that they develop in response to those findings. Depending on how the program responds to us, then we will take that information and take into consideration as part of our risk assessment and determining what our internal audit should focus on with regards to that program. So basically my question, or my answer to her question would be yes, our office is cross-referencing any applicable single audit findings that are brought to our attention. Her next question here was whether our office is following up on these issues. My response to that question is yes, if our office is performing an internal audit of a program receiving federal funds, then we will inquire about single audit funds. So, for example, there were 2 programs that Moss Adams referred to. I believe it was on slide 9. They referred to the food distribution program, and they also referred to Navajo Head Start. We did a performance audit of the food distribution program that was completed in 2019, and we're still working with that program on their corrective action plan. Per Moss Adams, they said there was repeat finding regarding due participation, and it is an issue that we did acknowledge when we were doing our audit, but based on our risk assessment, we didn't consider it a high-risk area, and therefore we didn't specifically address it in our performance audit. We were also informed that the program was required to develop a corrective action plan in response to the single audit findings. The performance audit of Head Start was recently completed by our office, and we issued that report back in May 2021. And we are also currently working with Dr. Batui and her staff to finalize that corrective action plan. And we hope to have that completed hopefully by the end of this week or next week. So those are an example of some of the single audit recipients or participants that we have audited in the past. So that was my answer to her question there. Her third question is asking if our office does any more in-depth reviews of these programs that are cited with the single audit findings. For our 2021 work plan, we do have the special diabetes program. It was a plan audit, but since we didn't have any available auditors, we didn't complete the audit this year, but they get carried over into our 2022 work plan, and hopefully it is something that we can address in the coming year. So once we do start that audit, we will take into consideration the single audit findings that were cited by Moss Adams. We are also addressing the audit request that was made for the Office of the Controller. This was a request that was supported by the Budget and Finance Committee via resolution. What I'm doing right now is I'm going to be outsourcing that performance audit because it's going to be I anticipate it being a large audit. And so I'm working with the acting controller on our RFP. She indicated several areas that she thinks should be considered the focus of our audit, and that's what we are trying to focus on. And part of the single audit findings is referring to some issues with like the grants receivable and information technology, specifically their FMIS. So if we are going to go forward with this performance audit of the controller's office, then we certainly can take those findings into consideration and see if we can do more in-depth review in those areas and see how we can assist the office of the controller in avoiding repeat findings in these areas. So that is what was my response to her with regards to that question there. There was also, we do receive audit requests for other programs. Moss Adams reported grants that had single audit findings, but we would need to know the applicable programs that receive these grants so that we know which programs we may need to focus on going forward. The last question that she posed was whether a performance audit is needed to address these single audit findings. And so my response to her was that a performance audit evaluates whether a program uses its available resources in the most efficient and effective manner to meet its program objectives. And although performance audits may include elements of a compliance audit itself will determine whether a program is adhering to state, federal, tribal laws, regulations, policies, and procedures. So a compliance audit will identify the reasons for the non-compliance. And as Moss Adams reported, this could be control weaknesses. Since we are the internal audit department, we can perform internal control audit of specific areas that were cited by Moss Adams, and we can offer recommendations on how programs can strengthen their internal controls in these areas and hopefully avoid any repeat findings. So therefore, my response to that question was that I don't know that a performance audits would be necessary, as these audits will generally take more time and resources. So those are the questions that were posed to me by Delegate Crotty. Those are my responses to those questions. And then I also stated in my email that one of the things that I would suggest is that our office, as the Office of the Auditor General, be part of the standard distribution for the annual Navajo Nation financial audit, including the single audit report, and if there's any management letters. I know in the past it's something that we had to generally ask for from the Office of the Controller. It was not something that was given to us as standard practice, so we would have to ask for those in the past. So that would be just a recommendation that I would be making from my office. So again, we're here as the Internal Audit Department to help departments and programs to strengthen internal controls and to improve operations functions and processes. So if there's audit requests that come in some of these areas, we will certainly take into consideration the single audit findings. So those are my responses to the questions that were posed to me based on the work session. So I will go ahead and pause at this time, Chair, if there's any other questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. I'll defer back to Office of Navajo Nation Controller now. We have two items on the agenda, CARES Act and also external funds. Ms. Elizabeth Tegay, are you on the line?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Budget and Finance Committee, I'm on the line. Thank you. So I'm next on the agenda, the CARES Fund expenditure report. We provided the report, the most updated report to Peggy. We emailed to her yesterday or last night. I just want to check if everybody got it. Hello?
Yes, please continue with your presentation.
Okay, so that expenditure report is the most updated report that we compiled, and we identified a total of 22 business units for the CARES Fund. And also with me is Natasha Damon. She's the accountant for contract accounting that compiled this report. The business unit is based on the resolution that was approved by the Navajo Nation Council. And the first business unit that was approved was for NECA, Navajo Engineering and Construction, for $2,267,266.51. And that's fully expended, and we are currently doing a review of that project. So there's a comment section there that I left blank because we're still trying to get hold of NECA to give us the most dated information about the projects that they completed for that $2 million that they received from CARES Fund. The second business unit is for Baker Tilly. It's $2,559,499, and that initiated the hardship assistance program. The third is the special duty pay, and that is $2,176,749. We have the list of all the employees that receive the special duty pay, and we will provide a report together with all the special duty pay paid from general fund and other grants as requested by the Navajo Nation Council on their last session. For the fourth business unit, and that totaled to $6,153,376.82. And there's several payees that were listed under that business unit. The fifth one is for several schools and health organizations, and that total to $3 million. Those are namely Alamo Navajo School Board, $375,000, CBN Health Center, another $375,000, Fort Defiance Indian Hospital, again $375,000, Raymond Navajo School Board, Sage Memorial, Tuba City Regional Healthcare, Utah Navajo Healthcare System, and Winslow Indian Healthcare, and they all received $375,000 each. Based on our monitoring review, only Alamo responded, and they utilized 100% of the funding, as well as the Tuba City Regional Healthcare. We're still trying to contact all the enterprises or the entities that were given $375,000 each to provide us with a closeout report. The sixth business unit is for PC Place for $1,999,993. The seventh is several payees again, totaling $1,933,233. Number 8 business unit, there's 3 entities that got paid for a total of $6,485,368. And those are the Restoration Services, LLC, Envirotech, and Southern Solutions. The 9 business unit, it several payees again, and that total to $7,687,505. And based on the listing here, they're mostly office supplies, PPEs. And the 10th business unit, that total to $59,508,749. Those are Diné College that got $300,500, and they reverted part of it. So there's a 62% utilized based on the reversion amount. The other one is PAE Applied Technologies. The 11th business unit, several payees again, totaling $46,062,109. And there's several colleges, NTUA, Diné College, Native Broadcast Service Enterprise, Navajo Technical University. There's also another NTUA. Again, there's just 83% utilization on the $32,848,207 that they received, because they reverted part of that amount back to the Navajo Nation for the hardship program. There's also the Nelson Low Voltage LLC that received $61,452. Sentinel Technologies, Technology Integration Group, the PC Place, and these are mostly, do you know about it?
Broadband wireless.
These are mostly broadband. For the 12th business unit, that's the small business assistance, and that total to $28,587,417. And again, we have the detailed listing of the individuals or businesses that received this assistance from the CARES Fund. The 13th business unit totaled to $12,950,780, and that's mostly for NPUA. 14th is payroll support, and that totaled to $42,424,455. 15th business unit, several payees again, and that totaled to $27,384,388. For business unit number 16, The total is 17,899,435. And again, that's mostly NTUA. There's one that for Raymond Navajo School Board for 3,500,000. 17th business unit, gaming enterprise, they received 24,600,000. 18th business unit, there's several again payees for this, and the total is $196,377. The 19th business unit is for cellular of Northeast Arizona and Sacred Winds. Again, that's broadband, and the total to $13,665,575. Number 22 business unit, that hardship assistance 1, total to $319,718,738. And for hardship 2, that's reserved, we have not expended the money, it's $42,065,504. 21 business unit, that's for $28,075,220, and that's for DSSI, and that's a broadband. This is for chapters. I'm sorry about that. So that's all they got. And for the last business unit, it totaled to $17,087,887. And this is the one that was allocated for Office of Controller. Those payees include the Agile Technologies, which is $3,117,460. The AMG Time, $6,398. For Baker Tilly, $9,451,934. Brady, $18,109. Business Environments, $21,503. Butlers, $12,180. CSG RMAX, $30,680. Moss Adams, that's for the single audit of the CARES Fund, $378,805. MRA International, $58,711. Noon and Associates, $3,333,788. Papal Folder, $11,165. PC Place, $50,454. And Symbiont, $586,800. Those are mostly janitorial supplies and computers. And of course, the consultants are the Baker Tilly, Noon and Associates. And there's last one by Inc., $9,897 for a total of $17,087,887. So the grand total, $714,189,631. So that's the total of the CARES fund that we received from the U.S. Treasury. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for that report, Ms. Begay. And with that, going on to the next bullet, on expenditures or external funds for Del County. Or this is OC Office of the Controller. Should we cover this already? This begin?
Okay, yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. For the external funds report, I'm here with our accounting manager, Laura Johnson. She will be reporting that.
Good morning, committee. The Navajo Nation External Funds Budget Report Update was issued July the 26th. So I'll be going over the memorandum. For item number 1 on the memorandum, there was a summary. This is a summary of the federal state funds cover sheet, which shows all changes from the initial report released to date. And then item number 2 goes into the inactive external fund report for federal funds. And for the quarter ended, it says the federal budget balances decreased to 40.3 million. And the overall goal is to have this at a 0 balance. Item number 3 is the inactive external fund report for state funds. The state budget balances decreased to 21.1 million. Item number 4 is the actual cash return to the federal and state agencies from FY08 to FY20. There's an increase to which this did increase by 14.4 million. Item number 5 is the contract and grants cash deficits from FY8 to FY12. There was a decrease by $162,194.30. And item number 6 is the BIA IHS contracts and grants cash deficits from inception to date as of 6/30/21. There was a decrease to 2.3 million. Item number 7 is contract and grants cash deficits from inception to date. There was a decrease from 52.3 million to 29.9 million. Item number 8, excuse me, is the error funding by division. Has a balance of 3.2 million. It says all final reports have been submitted and funds have been closed out. This report is for review only. Item number 9 has IHS BIA report for all active accounts with prior and current year balances. Item 10 is the report for closed federal funded grant report. 11 is the closed state funded grant report. Item number 12 is the active federally funded grant report, and item number 13 is the active state funded grant report. And that is it for the external fund report summary.
Mr. Chair, that concludes our report.
Okay, thank you for that report. Next item on the agenda, we do have NECA, you're on the line. NECA, Navajo Virginia Construction Authority.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee and special guests. My name is Brett Grubbs. I will be answering some of Mrs. Crotty's, Delegate Crotty's questions from before, and then following up on what the Office of the Controller just mentioned. NECA does not fall under a single agency audit. NECA performs under contracts for goods and services, and that separates it because we don't administer federally funds. We work for the government instead of administering funding from the government. So therefore, NECA does not ever fall under the single agency audit. As far as the $2.2 million for that was spent under the CARES Act. That was a contract for bathroom additions through DCD, Division of Community Development. At the end of that project, when we turned in all of our final contract documents, I apologize, but we were never made aware that we had to turn in our internal job cost report and billing record. I can provide that to the Office of the Controller or anyone on the call that needs that. I'm having trouble. NECA's email's been down for like 36 hours, and it might be down for another 12 hours, so I can't easily send that report, but I will be able to send it hopefully by sometime tomorrow. But we do have internal job cost reports for that project that was done for the CARES Act through a contract through Division of Community Development. We also, NECA did not receive any of the hazard pay. We paid our employees hazard pay through our own operating budget. So therefore, we did not request any compensation from the Navajo Nation under the hazard pay that went out through the Navajo Nation. If there's any other questions after all the reports, I'll be willing to share and answer at that time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Grips, for that report. Navajo Housing Authority. We have Navajo Housing Authority on the line. Okay, with that concludes all the reports on the agenda.
Hi, Chairman. Chairman, this is Dwayne Wasita from Navajo Housing Authority.
Good morning, Mr. Wasita. You are next on the report here with the agenda that we have. You may proceed.
I could barely make out that comment, sir.
You are next on the agenda here.
Okay, thank you.
Please proceed with your report.
Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, not sure if in terms of the Office of Attorney General, so we're actually for the 2020. What we're doing is we advertise for our internal audit, and that's just to meet the requirements under the HUD. So that's in motion. We're trying to solidify our firm through there to meet those requirements for our fund source. In terms of money received through the Navajo Nation and NHA with the Housing Authority, Navajo Housing Authority didn't receive any monies through the nation regarding the CARES. We did receive some monies through NAHASDA requirement. So we have monies there that we're expending this year. As for areas of the comments regarding any hazard pay, with like Nick was saying, we didn't receive any kind of monies from Navajo Nation's CARES. NHA used their own resources, but we have with available funds to compensate where we need with our maintenance or staff that was providing services. Sir?
Okay, thank you for that report, Mr. Messina. Okay, with that, the Budget and Finance Committee, is there a motion to take the reports?
There's Delegate Brown on motion.
Okay,
Yellow hair.
Delegate Brown. Motion, second by Delegate Jimmy Yellow Hair. Okay, with that, committee members, questions, comments regarding the presentations?
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. And so we do have, I was just wondering if we could get an update regarding how the enterprises have responded in terms of they received funding, and then if we could ask the enterprises, so if NHA received NAHASA funding, how are we documenting that as a nation to keep track of all of the opportunities from CARES? And if, I guess the question to Mr. Wayesta is NHA going to use all of those fundings by the CARE expiration of December 30th of this year? Thank you, Chair.
Again, thank you for those questions.
Delegate Brown has a question.
Delegate Brown, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Budget and Finance Committee, Ado. There's a question to NHA, Mr. Wasita. If you could, I thought you were going to give us the balance, the balance of how much you currently have to build houses, and then kind of break it down for us. And I know that the CARES Act, the first funding, I believe 24.7 million was given, and then in this ARPA, how much are you receiving, and any other funding? So I just wanted to know the balance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that question. One more before I can prep the floor back over to our presenters, committee members. But I know there are questions for NHA and also one for NECA. So let's go see that.
Chair, this is Dwayne. To go over Ms. Cotty's question about the fundings that we receive here with the CARES, we are in line to expend those monies. We're actually working on the actual amendment to some of the duplications. One of the challenges that we had with the establishment of the 2020 CARES was that within the guidance that HUD issued, that we could not duplicate services that was already funding received by a tribal agency or a federal agency. So at the time when we've put funding in place, we've actually, we had funding allocated for low-income emergency health assistance for low-income housing, non-low income. This was to assist with to procure some acute step-up facilities. So say like when we had COVID overruns, we had monies put in there, but we found out through conversations through IHS that they were receiving money. So that impacted us to expend those monies. So we roughly have with the duplications of areas of services, we set up funding for temporary housing. And this was to support some of the isolation centers with Dr. Jill Jim. We set up memorandum agreements to help with Chinle, and we had some agreements that was never finalized for Kienta. At the end, when we're working through this process between Department of Justice and reviewing the agreements, we found out that Indian Health Service had been already awarded those fundings and had a contract in place. So when we were informed of that, we've ended up having to pull back our resources because of the guidance requirements under NAHASA that was given to us. One of the areas that we're still continuing, we actually solidified 2 areas of areas for emergency health services due to the continuous of the Delta. We've actually established, we have contracts in place for our biocleaning for our NHA facilities and some public rental. And we're looking at options for home ownerships that are active within the housing authority of individuals who may come into an area of being contaminated or in an area that may have some virus. So we're looking at the legalities of how we're going to roll the home ownership out versus a public rental. The other areas that within the health emergencies, we're in the second month of, we're working with the Chinle Service Unit. We're part of that area with the Chinle Service Unit is having mobile health services to some of the communities within NHA, provide medical services. We rolled out some testing with the Chinle back in June, and we're coordinating this coming August as the Delta is coming up for some of the individuals who are in our public rental that don't have vehicles that can't get some of the medical requirements. So we're looking at those areas because Housing Authority has a little over 58,000 individuals in our public rentals facilities across the whole nation. So one of the fund sources that we have out of the remaining, we still have roughly about $5 million that's under contract between the health emergency services for testing, cleaning, and PPEs for the low-income individuals. All part of this area here that we have emergency support for nursing homes and group homes. So currently we have Kaibato Assisted Living that we're helping with some of their clients that they have there. The other part is part of the fundings that we have available that's set aside is the Chinle Nursing Home. Chinle Nursing Home has an increase of elderly that are having to go out and do their dialysis or medical. They can't go back they're not allowing them to go back into the public facility until they have their 10-day or 14-day observation. So we're providing assistance in terms of rapid test kits, PPEs, and paying for salaries for additional nursing to staff to accommodate the isolation area for the Chinle Nursing Home. Part of the CARES program that we have too that's here is assisting some of our subrecipients that have been impacted. One of the big ones that we've helped out and working with in the areas in the Kienta is the sandstones. We're provided monies to them to support their operation and maintenance to make some of the vacant units that they had available up there because of COVID not having units available. So we're helping them with funds through the CARES to make those units available because they're still an active program recipient of NAHAZA, the program that we have in place that is using the NAHAZA guidelines. One of the things that we're, in terms of the monies that we have available under the CARES, be roughly about $5 million after we close out the programs of duplications. Those will be re-put back in place with CARES. And we're in discussions with the Navajo veterans for their homeless. Part of this is working with Mr. James at the veterans is identifying individuals who can be assisted through this CARES for this coming year. We're actually looking at the program development. This is going to have to be a formal amendment that we're going to have to get HUD's approval on, but we're currently working on the actual draft, how many people that he can assist in terms of their homeless or else their rehabbing of some of the units that have been deemed not structurally sound that they can get people in there. So with the CARES Act here, we have actually with 3/4 of the funds will be expended before end of next year. With the new program that we're looking at with Department of Veterans helping them, we're still mapping out the actual timeline in terms of the monies to be expended at that required deadline, sir. So the monies under the CARES, they're pretty much they're all allocated with the new adjustments that will happen this coming month. That hopefully answers the Ms. Cotty's questions regarding the enterprise documents. How we're documenting, we're utilizing our requirements that we follow with NAHAZA, the reporting. After this funds are expended, we will require to go back and do an external review of all expended funds by the programs and the activities. One of the requirements that we do have to meet is the low income requirements under NAHAZA. So those are the eligibility requirement documentation that we're going to have to be on file at the end of the projects is when the monies are expended. To answer Mr. Nathaniel Brown's, the balance for building housing. With the balance we have here with the CARES being all in the motion of allocations, we have roughly about $19 million as of last month. We still haven't redrawn down some expenditures that we've submitted through HUD yet, through the locks. And just to remind everybody, all of this is on a reimbursable. So we have to spend the monies that's available with NHA, then we ask HUD for the reimbursement by submitting through the line of credit system. And to answer Mr. Brown, the balances for billing housing. We have the one that we're working on with HUD now is the current ARP one. We've been in discussion with the Navajo Nation in the last 2 months or 3 months on how the nation is gonna carry out the ARP. Unfortunately, with what was going on with the actual projects, the projects didn't really hit some of the community areas that we have. So Housing Authority has established STIRs with what we've started with our activities. One of the big focus of that we have established with the ARP funds, we're roughly getting about $49 million. We had a meeting with HUD on some eligible activities, and please understand, again, Housing Authority has to follow the NAHAZA guidelines. So what we had in place is that we have allocations that are identified for infrastructure. Infrastructure is some of the areas that we were lacking for some of the existing subdivisions. We're looking at upgrading a water line up in Lukachuka area to a subdivisions that we're developing, going up to a 8 to 6 inch line that's extension out. Rock Springs, we have main sewer line and a sewer lagoon upgrade. This sewer lagoon is well over 40 years old or 35 years old and needs to be upgraded. Greasewood Springs, we have a sewer lagoon there that we're utilizing in conjunction with the BIA school system. This lagoon needs to be upgraded to handle any kind of new community developments. Tahajili, we have a lagoon out there that's not on anybody's radar for repairs. We're putting in monies to upgrade that lagoon and repair it to expand it for future developments. We're also part of this areas there. We're looking at the continuous areas in Tahajili. How can we increase some of the water flow? Because one of the things, the struggles there, the pump is continuously going down every year or so. Another area of infrastructure upgrades for the ARP funds is DZ. As some of the areas, people from that area there, the school, the BIA school is being replaced and they're building a new one. Unfortunately, Indian Health Service, NHA, and some of the residents there, they shared the sewer lagoon, but by them increasing the school won't have the capacity. So NHA is looking at adding some additional cells to support the housing, to 2 housing subdivisions that are in that community. Part of this funding here that utilizing two sewer lagoon up in the Kaibito community. We have one sewer lagoon that's existing area by the chapter. We're going to expand that due to the fact that the current system that is designed there does not meet the specifications of NQA and EPA. So we're looking at expanding that. That impacts roughly about 55 current residents. Part of the new Kaibito areas, we're looking at doing a sewer lagoon, building a new sewer lagoon on the upper tier of the mesa there to expand the community development for the housing. Because there is with the wait list that we are receiving and the need for the area in the new road access between from Tortolina to Kaibito, there's an increased need. So we're put monies in here to expand or build a new sewer lagoon. We're working with the chapter on doing the right of way. We've done the surveying. There's going to take a little bit of areas there to finish up the environmental, but that's in the motion there. So we have an area in camera because of the electrical area. We're looking at electrical upgrades for the Cameron community for the subdivision there. As the community grows, NHA's needing to renovate some of the houses there to go from a 100 amp unit to a 200 amp unit, but the supply there needs to be increased. So we're looking at doing increases there for those residents. The last part of this area is offsite utilities for scattered sites. This here will enhance some of the areas. We have roughly 30 units that we're billing out within the Bennett Freeze areas. Within the Bennett Freeze areas, there's some offsite utility costs that needs to be provided. So we're putting money through this infrastructure to apply to the Bennett Freeze. So in part of the ARP funds here too, we have some ventilation interior improvements for public rentals. These are roughly 275 units that we're going to put some new systems in there that will help combat some of the COVID areas through the recirculation of air to meet those requirements of the CDC recommendation. In terms of new housing developments, we roughly have about $13.9 million, and this is with the fundings of the Bennett Freeze scattered sites that did not have monies allocated. One of the things that we're seeing is with Bennett Freeze is that as we are working with the previous fundings that we had allocated, there are some individuals that were working in those communities are now applying. So we're putting some money to those individuals so we can build within the cluster zones of the areas that we previously identified for housing. The last part is a public rental. As you know, we've been looking at doing a 60 unit public rental in Window Rock. We're looking at adding some units to that with available funds to fund at least some additional units there. That estimate has not been quantified if it's going to be feasible for the 49 million that we have identified. So this program here with the ARP has been submitted to HUD for preliminary review. Once the HUD says those are activities that will meet the ARP requirements, Housing Authority will finalize and then submit through the process to get the funds drawn down. The money has not been drawn down yet into the locks, but once we finalize this, the plan and provide that to HUD, then they can transfer the funds to us. Chairman, this is kind of the breakdown of what balances we have there for the monies that are coming in currently.
Thank you for that response, Mr. Wasila. Back to Mr. Grubbs. Do you have a response for NECA?
Thanks, Mr. Chair and honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee. NECA does not receive any of these funds, so therefore I wasn't a part or made aware of any of these questions. Most of those questions were related to NHA and not NECA, Mr. Chair. We don't administer funding, like I'd mentioned before. We work for a contract. So if there's additional funding questions or questions based on the CARES Act, I can answer those. But the last questions that were brought up were for NHA. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Graves, for that response. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
This is Delegate Brown.
Delegate Brown, you have the floor.
Yeah, I tried my best to follow along with NHA with his reporting on the breakdown. Can he send us an email? I'm trying to sift through my email with the NHA reporting on the funding. If he please share that with the rest of the committee, in fact, the 24th Navajo Nation Council, so we are aware and however we can and help. And you also said that you're working on funding where ARPA CARES Act will be used. Let me go back really quick. What was the balance again on the CARES Act funding? So you can start drawing down some of these fundings. Are you going to, I'm not sure if you answered this, I was trying to listen, if you will in fact use the whole CARES Act funding that NHA did receive. The deadline is coming up on that. And as far as the comprehensive list on how ARPA will be used, also please share that with the Navajo Nation Council. If you can send us that report so I can follow this a little bit better also. Thank you.
Chairman, can you just Delegate Crotty?
Yeah, thank you, Delegate Brown. Delegate Member Kunos, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. So the question to Mr. Wista, if I heard about the nursing home support, what about our the youth homes? So we do have Hope One in St. Michael's and Manuelito Children's Home. I'm not sure if it's required that these youth homes are on the Navajo Nation, but we also have like Child Haven in Farmington. If you can let me know how you're supporting the youth homes. And Chair and committee members for the comments regarding NECA and NHA, the Navajo Nation, and I saw the memo and emails and forward them. It looks through the memo that the president requested financials for the last fiscal year, even if they're not audited. And the second part of that is there's a miss. I don't know how much information the enterprises are receiving on ARPA, but really what the nation needs is you to submit your report to the Office of the Controller, because they still have not received that information, and we don't need, and we're not requesting information if you're asking for additional support. So please read that memo and submit the documents that have been requested on behalf of Navajo Nation. If you did not have a decrease, then your financial records will demonstrate that. And this funding is not to ask for assistance. This funding is actually a calculation that's required by ARPA so that we can understand what is our revenue loss as a nation, and that helps with some of the ability to fund projects that could help with government services. So I think what I'm hearing from the enterprises is they're misunderstanding the intent. What we're asking is for your documentation so we can make that determination using the ARPA requirements. And I think, Chair, if we can, as a committee, Navajo Nation law, I believe in all of the establishments of the enterprises, that there should be an annual meeting. And if Budget and Finance could then schedule that either in the fall, like after the budget season, that could help us build our relationship with all of the enterprises, and then they understand their working relationship with Navajo Nation, especially when it comes to time-sensitive reporting as we move forward with some of the projects. I just read the Navajo Times article on the title is Confusion Over How ARPA Funds Will Be Divvied Up. I think that's misleading. There's not confusion. What we're waiting is for the enterprises to submit that documentation so that we'll know how much funding is available for other government services. So we do rely on the enterprises, and I encourage the CEOs to submit those documentation so we can move forward in understanding what projects could possibly be funded and what are other alternatives that the nation will have to plan if we do not have that threshold of revenue loss that had been initially projected. Thank you, Chair.
Sure, thank you for those questions. Back to the Mr. Osina, House Authority.
Thank you, sir. This is Dwayne. To answer Honorable Brown's questions regarding sharing the information on the ARP. If you all recall, I think the last presentation I've done in April had a kind of an outline. This is just the community outlines that we have. I can surely provide that to you all in terms of the locations and activities of what's going to be undertaken real soon. Just to share some footnotes, we're working on some, in order to expedite these projects there, not because one of the big things that we've already presented to executive with their ARP planning with the president's office in terms of their activities. With the amount of money and the amount of resources going out, well, there is going to be an influx of shortage of contractors. And one of the big things that we've already put out there is that we don't recommend taking on a lot of individuals who have joint ventures. Joint ventures is going to be a thorn in our back because it's going to be hard to gauge performance. So in order for us to carry out what we're doing with ARP and some of the other projects that we are undertaking now, we're looking at internal government relations agreements. And that's to working with agreements between the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority and NECA to carry out these areas here. The IGA is a mechanism that basically other tribes have been utilizing where they're sharing their intergovernmental agreements to similar to an MOA that they can actually work together and carry out these projects. And one of the things that we brought this to HUD. HUD said that they recommend that we pursue these areas if we're going to have struggles with some of the areas of providing services. So that's one mechanism that we're going to be carried out. In terms of the CARES Act, Mr. Brown, I informed everybody that there's roughly about 19 million. Those are monies will be expended by September. We're still carrying on 4 activities that were currently approved. We're going to add in the new one, which is the veterans, to help out with his program because of some of the funding that may be short, but this will be a emergency response activity to help out with veterans. The other areas, questions with Ms. Cotty. What about the youth homes? How is NHA supporting? Unfortunately, when the plan was put together, when we did the request for the funds to allocate to these programs, we didn't have a current youth home under the active subrecipient program, which we're utilizing to fast track some of these services to low income. One of the things with the monies that are allocated to the individuals who are part of the subrecipient program can't have any kind of administrative or financial finding issues that hinders us supplying additional monies. But if you have a list of areas, we did reach out to some areas. We never got a response back. Some of them are already pursuing other areas of funding. If you can provide me that, I can look at where we can adjust that to the current programs we have in terms of under our operation and maintenance assistance. That's where we're helping out Sandstone, a couple other housing recipients with the operation and maintenance of their programs. Other area questions regarding the request information for financial for enterprises. I think there was, for ourselves, we submitted the tax IRS information for 2019, but I think I'm working now with Mr. Willie to define what they're asking for in terms of profits loss. One of the things that when we look at our reports, because of our subsidies, we don't really have those. We have depreciations of home ownerships, but those won't be subject to a major loss because those are some of the areas that are subsidized as we write off areas. If a program individual fulfills their program, whatever areas of fundings that we didn't collect, those programs are written off. And I'm not sure how that will be reported, but we'll be working with Mr. Willie to provide that information to the nation regarding that. So we're currently gathering the information to put in our formats more readable for those years that they're asking for. Chairman, you?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that response to Wasita. And back to Nick, there was a concern from the committee regarding the response. So were you able to provide any further response to Mr. Rivers?
Yes, sir.
Chair, and you, Vice Chair?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. To answer more of, okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, and honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee and honored guests. To answer Amber Crotty's question about our financial records, you're exactly right, Honorable Crotty. That is a misunderstanding. I've never received a report from the Office of the Controller or anyone from Budget and Finance formally requesting our financial records. I think it would be a good idea to get back together annually, like you had mentioned, and go over all of the enterprises, just like I know they did that in the past. However, I can send you our financial records through September of 2020, our unaudited version through September 2020, or I can send you through June of 2021. I just need to know a point of contact to send this information to, and then I would be more than happy to send that to you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank you, Vice Chair. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee. I do hear Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Well, thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Chair. And this is Vice Chair Smith. Appreciate the report. Appreciate the insight in what's going on. I hear that NHA has 19 million balance. That question's always posed, whatever happened to Bluestone? That was talked back in 2014, and now we're in 2021, going on 2022. Nothing has happened. Will there ever be something taking place with Bluestone? The other one too is heard veterans, helping veterans. One veteran that was asking for help, he's in the area that the inclement weather that's coming up is difficult for him and his family. I sent a letter to NHA, just requesting for housing for the winter within the Navajo, New Mexico area. I'm hoping that that can be accommodated for this gentleman. Those were the two things that come across my thoughts here on behalf of the report, as there is money sitting there, and I heard all around about the projects that's going on, and not one mention of Bluestone. So is Bluestone no longer even thought about, or every time there is a new director or executive director put on board, it's always yes, we'll move with it, we'll get it going, and unfortunately, the property's still there, and I'd like to get an update on that. And I just want to say, shout out to NECA for helping out with the bathroom additions, Q84 within Halk area. Appreciate the bathroom additions, and I appreciate that NECA is providing services like that. Folks out there are still waiting for IHS to kick in and start construction, but that's another report, I guess, could be brought forth with Nabakia and why they're not moving and why they're still not getting their services out there. But those are the two questions I have, Chair Henyu. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Any further questions or comments? Okay, back to Mr. Sina.
Okay, Chairman Hinyu and Honorable Smith, to answer your two questions. The individual with the veteran, I need to touch base with staff and seeing that accommodation has happened. But I'll touch base with you. I have your email, and then open that communication and see what status of that. The last question, or the first question, what happened to Bluestone? And what's going to take place? As you know, 2019, if you take you back, we all met with yourself and a chapter, and at the time we had a discussion here in Fort Defiance. And that discussion was trying to get us some access. There's two things that was hindering the development. One was the utility capacities for that area, and was the access route, because of Ortega still owned the area that was adjacent to the property we have. At the time, during our meeting with the chapter and yourself, there was a presentation saying the chapter was going to pursue buying that business site, and that our request is us not to move forward into any offers until you all have an opportunity to negotiate with the seller using the land. I think it was the land reserve funds. I can't remember. I gotta look at my notes, but to this day, that was one of the areas we have not pursued that actual right-of-way road to purchase to get full access, so we can redesign that to accommodate that. As you know, that area does get flooded out along that roadway there, and that was some of the drainage analysis that if we're going to put an access there, we're going to have to redesign that roadway that accommodates that property. So we're still working, moving forward with it. And the other portion was NHA's invested $2.7 million in a transfer station. As you know, that transfer station is supplying needed power to the community. And with the developments that happened in Sanders, we've actually, that investment at $2.7 million helped out with the power load for that area in terms of providing additional power down to Sanders for the new shopping centers and all the developments. One of the things is to get the power upgraded for the units that we're developing. N2A has been working with on a revised plan to reduce the cost for all of the water utilities and the power. As you know, when this project first started, to build the 200 units, there was a needed investment of $11 million. And that investment was basically through several different partnerships, with some of the fundings not being able to be acquired at the time. So we're still working with N2A on trying to beat the cost feasibility of how we can get power to there. Because one of the areas, as you all know, that within the area there around Hawk, there's a lot of Indian allotment. There's an area there that we're working with. When we found out we're trying to get access as a temporary plan B, we found out there was over 200 individuals on that Indian allotment that need to sign off on. So those were one of the biggest struggles that we presented in 2019, and it's current and still present. But in terms of anything going to still built, that property is there. We just need to come to a consensus of is the nation, if we can get communication, is the chapter still going to pursue buying that business site and that property that was asked for the Housing Authority not to pursue yet? If we find that, we can move forward with the original plans of looking at acquiring that right away to the property. And at the same time, looking at the actual developments of the area there. I know that we've been in consultation with the highway and Apache County, because Apache County has the maintenance agreements for that roadway there that's under the inventory. So that's going to need to be some changes that they have for that roadway that's leading up through the Hawk developments. But then, as you know, there's been a lot of communication as we're going to move forward. But I think one of the things is there's a big investment the Housing Authority has already put in. We put over $2 million investment for a substation, which the community is benefiting from. We're working on the actual N2A aspects, design work. So those take time. It's unfortunately, I know at one time during the planning stages of this in 2019, when we had, everybody says that we're doing the water connections from Gallup to Hawk, and that IHS is building out that water line. Well, we anticipated using that plan, but unfortunately, my understanding that plan never moved forward. And so that was kind of scrubbed there to get the water supplies to that area. So I think the continuous looking at trying to get the utility upgrades in those areas is the most vital area, because as you know, across the whole Navajo Nation, infrastructure is one of the biggest things that we battle with. And one of the things that when we do look at building out this subdivision here, we're going to need, and this is a presentation that we brought back to RDC, we got to have material sources, gravel pits, borrow sources to develop, because when you look at some of the cost estimates that we do for developing, everything off that we use for developing to build a highway, to pave a street, comes from off the reservation to Navajo Nation, which increased the cost. And one of the things that when I talked with James at Veterans, we're looking at concrete costs. He was saying, well, I'm investing more than $17,000 in material just to buy concrete from Gallup. I said, well, this is the area that we really need to look at with the legislators and seeing how we can get a lot of these borrow pits open in some of these areas with our own resources versus having all these materials coming off the reservation onto the reservation and increasing these costs. So this is a discussion that we all need to look at if we really want to build our communities as we move forward. I hope this helps out, answers your questions, Raymond Chair. I know this has been a public comments through the whole thing. I open my door, you can come and see me. I'm in Fort Defiance. We can go through all the last meeting notes and seeing where you all are sitting at from the chapter. I'll put my doors open for you, anybody, all of y'all, and give me a call and we can move forward. And that's response back, Chairman Hinu. Thank you.
Thank you for that response, Mr. Seda. With that, any further questions or comments? Chair Henio, just real quick, this is Vice Chair Smith again.
Vice Chair Smith, yeah.
Thank you, Chair Henio. Just to make clarification, the chapter was really interested in acquiring that property. However, that the owner is hasn't been at the table with us to negotiate and to bring his price down. He increased his price on behalf of the appraisal, and the appraisal is set at a lower rate, and that's where it's I guess you could say stagnated. And I know that the Division of Economic Development is looking at that to possibly purchase that for the development of a store and business, but that's probably years down the road. So the chapter itself is still looking to the Bluestone, and yes, I'll stop by your office and maybe we could talk about a different route rather than trying to go through that flood zone, because that property that is purchased by or was granted to the NHA is on top of a hill, and there is a paved road that goes on top of the hill, and you could just access off that and go right directly to the property itself. And I know that 200 homes is way too big for what we were envisioning, because during the time that they did housing application, out of 200, only 35 to 40 qualified. And if that's the case, then we could start off with 50 units and get folks in there to move in there, because housing is a dire need. And this COVID-19 is something that's really devastating families, and there's overcrowding, and just like the veteran was requesting, he needs help, and there's some veterans down there that need help. And so those are the things I want to present, and HALC is still looking at pushing that Bluestone. Thank you, Chair, and you appreciate that.
Having the visit with Mr. Wessett on your concerns, Vice Chair Smith. Committee members, the topic here is FY20 audit findings. We can focus our questions on the audit findings from all of our presenters. Any further questions or comments on the audit findings?
This is Delegate Brown.
Okay, for that, Delegate Brown, somebody meet the phone, please. Here you go.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for this.
Hold on, Delegate Brown.
Okay.
I see somebody muted their phone. I guess we're free now. Delegate Brown, you have the floor.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the really good, healthy discussion that we're having here with NHA. I really do appreciate. If you can send our gratitude to your staff for all the work that they do. I know that it's not easy, and there's a lot of moving parts. And I think my job and our job is to understand everything that's going on. And I know that the last time I called into your NHA board meeting, there was only 3 new board members, and it sounded like they of course they have their work cut out for them. They have a lot of catching up to do. So I wanted to know how many board members you have, and let me just get to the question is how many housing are you plan to build for our Navajo people, and how are you sifting through the paperwork of everyone who's applying, who is in dire need? All of us know who's on this call, some of the big reasons why some of our people who passed from COVID was overcrowded homes. And of course, they definitely qualify for they're below the federal poverty income guideline. And even the ones that were not below the federal poverty income guideline, and they still need assistance. And I do really believe that the cost of living on Navajo is really high. Now, especially with individuals who have to haul water, studies show that, the outside individuals with water, they spend just a few $100s. But here on Navajo, it was more than $1,000 that our people have to use. So taking all of that into consideration, some of our people who have passed from COVID was because of the lack of housing and nowhere to quarantine, including when police officers and EMTs reached out to me. They stated, I have really nowhere to go. I'm sleeping in my vehicle. But they would never be eligible under your federal poverty income guideline. What are some of the innovative, creative ways to combat this? What are you, during these unprecedented times, I think that the laws and the policies that impact NAHASDA funding should be relaxed to help even people who are above the federal poverty income guideline. We are in extraordinary circumstances in this time. We are living through them, and our people are continuing to suffer. And it's so frustrating that it's not just NHA, but Navajo Nation. We have all this money, and our people are looking at all this money, but yet they're still faced with these third world country circumstances with lack of water, and especially housing. If we can just focus on housing and how our people are asking. I have so much applications, and I've met with you and your team, and I'm going to continue to meet, and I'm reaching out to so much. I don't know how we can use what was allocated by the federal government for housing and other infrastructure. We're literally dangling all this money in front of them, but they're still suffering. We still see the numbers increasing. We still see lack of water now into restricting water usage also. So upon the pandemic, the nation is so big, which we're grateful for, but the nation is so big, we have drought conditions, and we also have flooding in certain areas. And we continue to get these warnings on our phones and through the radio stations. So our people are continuing to be traumatized. But in the money section again, can we have a Navajo Nation council meeting with HUD? Bring in the HUD head honchos to Navajo Nation. Bring them in so we can sit with them and see how we can use some of these fundings, how we can expedite. It's almost, I really do appreciate the renovation. However, it's like the same families it's almost like double, triple dipping when you renovate their house. Well, we still have these people. I have documentation of all of this, that some of our people are older men. It seems like majority are older men, actually all of them that I know of. They live in these makeshift, they're digging their hole and they're just putting whatever they can find, wood, and I know winter is coming, but they will never be eligible. So what is HUD doing to change some of these policies? I know that you do mention the lock system. How is the lock system being streamlined at this time? What are you telling them? Well, what is it that we're HUD can do so we can draw down these funds, so we can tap into these funds, so we can basically just build houses? And that's what I'm working on with my chapters. We are thinking creatively. It's almost right now we're even writing grants. Now we're looking at philanthropy. And then the insane thing is Navajo Housing Authority has all this money. Navajo Nation has all this money and more, 1.8 billion and more is coming. And yet, how many housing? So right now, my other question would be, my first question was, how is HUD helping NHA on the NAHASA funding? Have they relaxed any of their policies? We're in extraordinary times, which requires extraordinary measures and extraordinary leadership from the CEO and the board to do and to combat and to build housing so we can combat COVID and the new variants that's out there. It's so funny that when I look at social media, you know, when we force our people to stay home, when we are telling them, but a lot of our people don't have homes. We say, you know, no, but a lot of our people simply cannot open a door. They don't have that simple shelter. And if they do, they don't have running water. They don't have any of those things. So that's really frustrating from my point. And I'm trying to find creative, innovative ways to build housing. And we have been at this for the last 7 years. So I'm going to continue, and I'm reaching out and right now, you know, I'm helping one of my aunties. She lives alone, and she bought one of these sheds. And now my family, we have to put our money together so we can hire an electrician, so she can get her house wired. And right now she lives in this little shed, and it's really hot right now. And I whenever I'm, you know, try to give her some water. So I'm looking, and and that's not just her, that's around the Navajo Nation. So if what is HUD doing to relax some of these? If not, let's have a meeting before the end of this month with HUD, bring in the head honchos. And I've been trying, myself and my legislative assistant, my LDA, we've been calling the Denver office, and they referred us to the Phoenix office. So, and I've even met with some of your staff there, the central office. So I am trying. So help me understand this, and help me how we can basically, I mean, it sounds so easy, right? There's the money. Here's our people. They have land. We have land. There's N2A that gets all this money. We just want to build a house. What about buying manufactured homes at this point before the winter comes? So I'm really interested in that. What are some of the things that you're doing differently? How can we change some of these policies? I'm ready to make an appointment to in HUD in Washington D.C. And I feel like I've been repeating myself over and over and over. And I'm trying not to get too frustrated, and I don't want to sound too negative, but when you see our people suffering with the lack of housing, it's really frustrating. And I hate to see our people suffer from that. So thank you. Ahan Sodo.
Question. The comments giving us. Back to Mr. Waseda.
Chairman Inyo, Honorable Brown, I'll answer all of the comments that you have. I'll relate information back to my staff to commend them for what we're doing. And in terms of council needs to understand NHA, well, this is the educational portion, as you know, has been ongoing for the years. Because when we start dealing with federal programs or federal requirements, there is like some people would say, there's red tape. It's a bureaucratic system. It's either in terms of the tribal structural aspects or a federal or state requirement. So those are some of the areas of how these monies need to be appropriated, allocated, and expended. And I think one of the things that to build homes, and as you all know, Housing Authority, for us to build, we have to go through a real tight environmental review process. We have streamlined that, but we still have to go through the process of making sure, because Navajo Nation has oversight still as deemed as federal Indian land. Those requirements are still there, even though that we've taken on the responsibility to manage our property. because of the federal funds, we still have to mandate that. And that's a struggle for all of us, for infrastructure, anything. But I think that's one thing that as we move forward, and I am a person of looking at how do we make everybody understand and go through the processes. So that's one area that I think I can pull together and see how I can put some sessions together in terms of some of these different processes. Is the other question that you have, how many board members do we have? Currently, we have 3, and 3 members that are current. So that's what the NHA is in that. In terms of how many homes that we are in the planning stages to build this year, we had 216 homes that we had scheduled that's going through several different phases. But one of the biggest struggles that we're having, as you just mentioned earlier, because of our water restrictions, some of the areas of wells, some of those won't even get through the final phases of turning ground, just because of the tremendous drought we're dealing with in some of these areas. Because we're in order to build some of these areas that we're looking at, 4 different subdivision sites. We have one that's going up in Tulani Lake. Well, that area there has been really impacted by the drought. We're trying to figure out ways to get water to build the pads to do compaction. So in terms of the Indian housing plan, we had a little over 200 units that we scheduled to go through the construction as we build those capacities out to build more. And this is where the partnerships will come in that I've been working on this past several months with veterans, building that partnership with them to build a foundation that allocate monies for the veterans. So instead of veterans coming straight to NHA, we have one place that they can go straight to with different fund sources. The question of cost of living on the reservation, it is very true. I know that when I look at the financial cost projections for delivery of construction materials from Gallup or from Farmington or Cortez to Navajo or reservation, it's 3 times the value that we have to pay just to get the material here and to build. And that's even a cost for individuals to live on the reservation. And how do we do that? I'm not sure how. This is something that we have to look at as either part of economists or some, but the reservation needs that economy. Everybody that we have on that is being living on the reservation have to travel long distance. And the one things that in order for us to build out in there is we need that's infrastructures. And the infrastructure is a guiding force in terms of development. Because the sustainability of the Navajo Nation, we got to have that to where they can live on the reservation and not having to travel to Cortez, Flagstaff, Gallup, Albuquerque, Farmington, whatever. That sustainability is something that has to be from every different levels of the nation government. How do we sustain ourselves and sustain our Navajo people? The other questions that we had were police and EMT are told they don't have a place to live. Well, during this pandemic, Housing Authority stepped up. Housing Authority has essential housing within the Fort Defiance area. We worked the agreement with the EMTs and some of the specialty nurses coming in. We got a HUD approval to use our essential housing. When we do this, we have to go through and take those units off of the deem as 1937 Nahazda. Which happens is that we take them off of a rent roll and we can utilize them for the essential individuals. And this is just a short term that's allowed through the CARES Act that's we're utilizing. And this has helped lessen the strain for Fort Defiance when they were having all the contract nurses coming in, individuals in no place to live. But across the reservation, we do have a program in place with police housing. But some of the police housing, some of the individuals do not want to live in the NHA because the comments that come back is they don't have time to rest. Once they see their service unit out in the front of their resident, people come to them during out hours. So there is a area of concerns for them that when they have their units out there, people are coming to them and requesting services. So those are some of the strides. We do have a program in place there that individuals that under the police, they're not charging any rent or anything. It's setting up just them going through the process of getting the units available for them. The other question of lack of water, how do we build housing? Well, that goes hand in hand. I'm not sure with all the dialogue that's been going on with the nation, with the executive office looking at some of the areas with how do we improve some of these wells. As you all know, some of these wells that we're currently still using were built by either BIA or Indian Health Service. And some of these aquifers that we have over the last 20 years haven't replenished. So one of the biggest things is that we're going to be really up against is how do we do this? As you all see the news, Lake Mead is over 1,000 feet below water. Next year's extreme. So this is going to have to be a collaborative effort through the nation of how we're going to get water and at the same time how we're going to build housing. Because we can look at building the housing, but we're still going to need water to do the construction elements to make those structural requirements. So this is going to needs a deep discussion how nation and some of the programs that oversee some of these areas for water and infrastructure, how we're going to work together in providing that. Do we have that capacity to drill new wells? I'm not sure. I haven't seen no well data if some of these areas, how bad the system. I've seen a notice from NTUA, but the technical data I have not been provided. The other question about flooding, and this is one critical things that we've been looking at with some of the hydrology studies that we have done for some of the communities. Going back and looking at some of these areas, as you know, with the drought, severe drought has loss of vegetation. Now our water flooding that are occurring across the reservation on some of our subdivision, our scatter site is not drainage flooding. They call it sheet flow. The water just rushing across a flat area, and it's impacting a lot more terrain in some of the reservations. So the flooding is going to be a big thing that we're going to look at in terms of how do we address some of these areas and when we're going to build houses, because we do have 32 sites that we're going through the formalities on, but with some of these areas now, we found out with some of this changes of the climate and changes of erosions has turned those sites into flood zones. So this is some of the areas, even with the roadway developments, those are going to be some of the impacts of the flooding that we're occurring now. The other part in terms of having HUD come back and look at how we're doing this spending. Well, we've learned with this CARE stuff as we put the program together, and then we rushed to go put this in. Then next thing you know, 3 months later, the federal government issue of a mandate guidance. The guidance basically says the do's and don'ts of the money. What we're currently doing with the ARP is basically submitting it to them before we finalize it, saying, are these allowable within your oversight to that we can actually pursue these versus getting the program all set up and going through and saying you can't duplicate services because the nation, IHS, or wherever on the reservation has the same type of services that providing. So that's something that would be that we could ask from the Washington level if they're available to come in and look at some of the areas in terms of change. I know back in 2016, 2015, Mr. Walter Phelps, we've been presented went and visit back in Washington and visit with HUD asking about changes of the income limits guidance requirements. That didn't go very far because that's going to be a big change of the program, which require, what my understanding would require the change of with Congress to change a lot of the wording in there. And this would impact the program with the reauthorization to HAZA. So I'm not sure the full details what Mr. Walter Phelps was came back with, but I know he was a very good advocate of some of the changes that could utilize, because I know he had frustrations of how we could utilize these monies for areas. There's opportunities to provide housing for everybody, but again, one thing we all need to understand is that Navajo Housing Authority was created as the low income. But unfortunately, we have medium income, high income individuals that can provide that. And that's one thing that, as I mentioned that in April, that there has to be a new vision of how we can do a plan of operation for Housing Authority in terms of providing those services. Because as you know, some people who can't afford these things go through a mortgage through Wells Fargo or through 184. One of the big challenges to execute those loans is the termination clause. If somebody defaults, is those lenders be able to come onto the reservation and take back that property. And that's one of the biggest things that the other reservations are faced with on some of the 184 loans and private loans on tribal land. But that's a discussion that needs to happen within the government and some of the governmental programs that have oversights with Navajo Land Department and some of those areas there. How can we do this? Because there is a need for outside housing that people can actually afford, that are sustainable to providing their own housing. The last question, or the other question was, what is NHA doing to streamline the lock process? Well, the lock process can't be streamlined. It's basically all NHA does. We have a project, we spend what monies we have there, do we ask for reimbursement of what monies we spend. So it's a process that basically requires those individuals to ask HUD to reimburse them for the monies that we have spent in terms of the federal programs of allocation. So that here, to streamline that, it's a process most likely will not be approved by HUD because it's a mandate of all the monies that come through NAHAS are all on a reimbursable phase. And I guess the last question, I'll repeat again, how is HUD helping streamline the spending of funding? Well, within the last 4 months, 5 months now, we've been engaging them on some of the areas of duplications of what they interpret as duplicated services. And this will help us streamline the projects in terms of activities. Because one of the things that we're currently looking at with our review is some of the areas that we provide. I know that there's been a lot of requests for monies for other programs. One of the things is that NHA is trying to get out of is the failed subrecipient programs. We like to open up more partnerships, but we need to get past some of the failed programs that we've awarded monies to in order to build these new partnerships with some of these programs. And I know it's frustrating, but it's one of the things that's a mandate that from the HUD programs is that any new partnerships must show the financial and administrative capacities to handle those those programs with the funding. And this is where that's in terms of, like I mentioned, Mr. Brown, if there's ways within the areas with the chapters, since they're part of the tribal government, those programs there can be what areas that could be streamlined, but those are some of the areas that need to be explored if it's possible versus going to a private sector aspects of creating housing programs. So I'm losing my voice. Chairman Nino, that will kind of conclude my feedback. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Westell, for that response. Back to the committee, the Budget and Finance Committee. Further questions on 2020 audit findings?
Can you repeat that question?
To the committee, Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions on FY 2020 audit findings from our presenters?
Hello, Brother Yate, Chairman. This is Delegate Yellow here.
Delegate Yellow here. You have the floor.
Oh, yeah. Good afternoon, colleagues, being a committee members. I just have a concerns about we taught everything about all others needs like under audit findings, and we talk about auditor general and performance audit. We talk about care fund breakdown and also expenditure report, external funds. And we're talking about right now NACA and NHA plan. I have a concern since these all apply to expenditure report, the care under care funds expenditure report. I only wish that this goes to our controller, Elizabeth Begay, the care fund expenditure report. I wish they had some balance next to it so we can see the balance of funds on these care funds. I have a concerns about what's going on with Baker Tilly's 2.5 million. It's in there under the business unit K number. We'll start with K number. N number is 01. Also, special duty pay. I understand that who all got paid. Well, we will receive the names, all that stuff too for the records. And then under a business unit 22, there's I have a serious concerns about these like Baker Tilly. It has 9,000,004, and also there's another one, a Moss Adam, 378,000, and Noon and Associate had 3.3 million. These are all have problems, and I wish we had these expenditure fund balance next to the column that would be even better. That's what we call it, the national expenditure report, and all these funds. So this should be a better report from the controller, and also on behalf of the staff too. Laura Johnson will bring these information. And then I want to go back to NHA. As being delegated, this is my first term that I'm taking very serious, that I'm about 90% on the taking care of these NPL area. I brought us many times about NHA that we need housing in NHA in the Hard Rock area and Forest Lake, somewhere in Peabody. This is my dream that I'd like to see it, but NHA, yeah, they're right. They need water have to be built first before we talk about the house, because there's a big project coming up. I'm talking about working with my community out there in Black Mesa. They call Mini Mill Water Line Project. I think this is a big project. It's related to my brother Nate Brown, Herman Daniel, and the whole these water needs it. Because I need all help today, and I'll be on the line with the IHS, Mr. David Donald, and also Mr. Littlehead, talk about the water. Water is important. That's the first thing we have to build and start talking about housing. And I do respect Navajo Housing Authority. I know what you're talking about. So my party, I'm trying to get to it, this one here. So that's my plan. And then the problem I have is my understanding is that NHA housing is not liable to build an NPL. I don't know if that's really true. But the NPL area in Hard Rock, people are really need a house up there. They're staying in one house, and I understand 8 or 9 people living in one house, and that kind of really bothers me. Here we talk about the help the people. I'm trying to help my people as much as I can to do things right, and I really appreciate that 24 councilmen had voted for me, for the people, not me, for the road 8031. I'm very happy on that one. I'm very proud of my colleagues. This is one of the projects was being started immediately. Meat road, the road is very dangerous too. This is all applied to economics, and I'm taking very serious for the help of the 17 councilmen. They voted for a green light for to build the roads up there to be paved. All this is my. It's so much for me that I'm worried about people up there in the hard rut area, Meat roads, and then talking about the life of our people. And I have another one, a project going to Black Mesa Road that was failed. That was for the school Meats roads, and 110 chapters. One chapter is not paved to Black Mesa and through the school. This was failed. I thought I did my best to explain this. Because of all this money.
How does this pertain to audit findings?
Anyway.
And so forth, but how does it pertain to audit findings?
Well, anyway, but I just think out loud about it. My brother shared about I'd like to go back and audit, yeah. There's audit that was done 2 years ago, and for 2020, and I haven't seen audit report on that one yet. There's a book supposed to be given us to be in that committee. There's one item I'm still a problem. I'd like to see the audit report on 2020, so we can speak on 2021 and 2022 audit. I don't have that record with me, so I can't speak on it. Probably until I get the audit books, and I think it was for 2021 audit, 2020 audit, or 2019. I need to get the latest one, the audit book, put it in our box. We're going to take serious about audit. Let's look at the book that was the latest audit was done by Moss Adam, Sabah students. So thank you very much, Chad. Shut in the onion and go back on mute now. Can I get that copy?
With that question on to Office of the Controller, Ms. Liz Begay.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Committee members, Delegate Yellow Hair, about the question on the report regarding Baker Tilly. We paid Baker Tilly out of the CARES Fund approximately $12 million. And right now, I'm letting our attorney from DOJ to resolve the issue that we have regarding the access to the portal. They created 4 portals. That's for the hardship and the small business with the Division of Economic Development, as well as the sub-recipients and the chapter distribution. So we need access to that to prepare for the closeout of the CARES Fund. And for the special duty pay, there was a request to provide the information, including those that were funded under the general fund and other funding source, external grants, to provide who got paid. We compiled the information and we're just verifying the data that we have. We calculated approximately 13 million were paid for special duty and hazard duty pay as of the end of July 2021. So we will be providing that report soon once we completed the compilation, clean up the data, and I'm working with the Office of the Auditor General in helping us analyzing the data. We might need to request for an internal audit because there's some questionable payments that we uncovered, but we will keep the BNF committee updated on this. And with the other consultants that we paid, out of the business unit that was created on behalf of the Office of the Controller, namely Moss Adams. That's related to the single audit that they did partially on CARES Fund. And for Noon and Associates, we're still compiling what services they provided for that $3,333,788 that we paid them out of the CARES Fund. Mr. Chair.
Chair, this is Delegate McGay.
Thank you, Ms. McGay, for that response. Back to the committee. Business Committee. Delegate Elmer McGay.
I don't know the members of the BNF committee. Out of the presenters, I know that I heard NHA did the last report on it. For that report from NHA. I have a question. I know that we've been trying to work with your department and your program, your enterprise there with NHA, and I don't know how many times we had to talk to people that been referred it to us. It seems like you had to go through all these orientation and things like that. I think we're beyond that right now, because you know that we're our plan is way ahead. So many years ago that we Navajo Telecommun chapter, we're certified chapter 2. So they withdrew land for community development and for governmental housing and things like that. So they have 700 acres that's already withdrawn, which gave it to the Navajo Nation, where the Navajo Nation already withdrew that land for us for development for the Navajo, for Telecommun chapter. So right now, within that 700 acres, we're asking NHA to help us with two housing groups, which will be one. We have an elderly homes. It's already in place, and we wanted to. There's another space right there, so we wanted to know that if you could develop some more housing, more like apartments for elderlies, and there's already space still there, so just adjacent to that. So that's one thing that we talked to you about, and then we wanted to go into veterans' homes too. We have a land which is behind Bashes, and then in between Bashes and Department of Behavioral Health, there's a space there. We wanted to know that if you could develop a veterans' home there too. So we talked to you so many times, and people, planners, they come out here, they start orientating us how to get lands. It's like, we're beyond that. I don't know how many times we have to tell you we don't need you guys. It's already here. It's already withdrawn. Infrastructure is right here. All we need is start planning on how we can do this. Help us with that. And so I guess the whole protocol, this whole your department, they say that is we still have to do this in order to move on to the next group. So it's so frustrating, that listening there to your employees. But I think we're beyond that. So right now, we talked to you about a month ago again, and you guys want us to give you a resolution. So we got the resolution out and we gave it to you. There's nothing. There's no response again. So how do we do that? You just, I don't know how slow you guys are in NHA. You even respond. How many people are there to respond? We don't even know if you guys received it or resolution.
you know, that at least say that, oh, we received that, we're in receipt of your resolution, and then this is the next step, something like that. I think you guys need to work on that. So that's one thing that I wanted to ask is what's going on with that resolution now. The second one is that we are in a partnership trying to help. We've been working with this another company that works with Indian communities in Arizona. So they're very good developers. The Travois is their name. We wanted to know that if they could help us too right now. The site that we pick right now, we want to know that if they could do the site development, and they can charge us $50,000. We want to know that if you could, is there a way that you could? We're moving along. We can't really wait because of this pandemic, and we need to really help the veterans too. They have no home, so we want to know that if you cannot do that, just pay the site development for us, and then we could move on. Is there a way that can happen? And that's my second question. So that I had this. That will be my question to NXA. Chair. Sila.
Okay. How is this related to the FY20 audit?
It's related to about a year ago. Is there any how does these monies were used? Is through this pandemic? How can we help us? I guess I could say that.
Okay. Back to you, Mr. Waseda.
Good afternoon, Chairman Henio. Well, I'll start off with Mr. Yellowhair's comments regarding the NPL that's related to us for the need of housing. One of the things with what we're dealing with, as you all know, and I'm not I shouldn't say as you all know, with the mandates with utilizing the HUD funding, there's a clause in there that requires site control, meaning that the individual must have we got to have a lease in place to show that we have control over that site. The second part of this area here is they're called a land use restriction area that we have to execute for that property, which is a 30-year land is a restriction for those properties, which HUD mandates. It's unfortunately that over the years, all the tribes were not being required to execute that. But due to some of the areas with properties that were built through home ownerships and individual from other tribes selling their homes and making profit on, HUD has really enforced this land use restriction. So to my understanding, and get me if I'm wrong, is that NPL has, because this is a joint use there, that there's no home sites being executed. If this is wrong, I think this, let me know. But I'm not sure who that we need to talk with about some of these areas, but that's something that needs to be discussed for NPL developments. The second part is some of these areas with an NPL, if they have infrastructure and utilities to support some of these housings that are being requested within the Hard Rock. I know Hard Rock has been impacted by the NPL and Hopi land dispute with Bennett Freeze. And how's the status with some of these infrastructures? I heard that they were having areas with problems with roads. All of these areas with the infrastructure and access will need to be addressed and kind of put in order if we're going to build housing out there. So I'll get with contact Mike Colonna and look at the restrictions with NPL housing developments, and I can give Mr. Yellowhair more information on potentials of housing within the NPL area there. Moving on to the last question from Honorable Begay. The last presentation I was part of, we have a new staff member that was presented on the area. As you know, I know the chapter hired Travoy firm. When I looked at the data that we had, the Travoy did the same thing that we've done with a company called Swaback, and we went across the reservation on looking at feasibilities on some of the areas of development. So there's the same similarities what we've done in 2014 in terms of housing developments is the same areas there. So one of the things that we're looking at, I know that we keep bringing up the question, the land that's been withdrawn, the 700 acres within the area there. There's some areas there that if you look at some of the documentation, this has been designated for housing and then designated for infrastructure. One big question is, as we look at your need apartments for elderly, one of the struggles is that a housing authority is going to have a designated elderly development site there. Will most likely kind of trying to determine how and who's going to operate that, because elderly housing has a whole different requirement versus a public rental housing. Yeah, so those are some of the areas if the chapter is looking at, since they're certified, are they willing to take on the housing designation in terms of apartments? Because some of these areas there's going to be some additional operation and maintenance costs. As you know, that across the reservation, we've taken on some group homes, some areas there, but unfortunately there was impacts on terms of having operation and maintenance costs. So those ideas of apartments need to be really defined on how that the end part of building them out, how is it going to be operated and maintained? Because one of the things is just looking at the overall sustainability of some of these housing developments. The other question about veteran homes, one of the things that with Nahaza, and this is the thing that we've been talking about, how do we bridge some of these veterans areas? I know that there's been several requests reservation wide for veteran housing subdivisions, but only for one thing that's required with Nahaza and some of these other fundings that we cannot discriminate other individuals within these subdivisions. So this is some of the things that I think in further discussion, really looking at how do we streamline. This is a topic that Honorable Brown brought up. How do we get through some of these areas here? Because when we start getting into the federal fund sources, these are some of the, I always say, and people would say that these are some of the strings that are attached to some of these funding sources. And how do we bridge those and look at those areas there? So one of the things is looking at the housing component. The other question that that was posed is the infrastructure is already there. I'm not sure if I know that you guys were, the community was still trying to pipe water from White Cone out to Dalcon to support. I know that Indian Health Service has drilled into the well out there, into that aquifer. I'm not sure those wells are part of the Little Colorado settlement, because I know that there might be some issues in terms of if there's not, how do we get the water and power infrastructure? If you have that infrastructure load data, I would appreciate it if you can provide it to me directly, and then I can filter this down through my support staff, Mr. Franklin, which we can look at and get an idea what the consumables that's going to be looking at for that infrastructure load data that's being provided either by IHS or NQA. The two questions that you had, you provided resolution that was provided. If you can provide me the name of who the information was provided to, I can get a communication back to you. For housing developments, we basically have two individuals for chapter support. We have some vacant areas here that we had some individuals retire or move on to other positions. So if you can provide me the name, I can do a response of what what we can assist with in terms of the program guidance, in terms of the housing. The last question was, your chapter is working with a private firm and developer to design new housing. I'm not sure if you, as you all know, that we have a procurement requirements. We cannot, I'm not sure if you already procured this firm already. And when we, so there may be a concern from my side, just if you already went into a contract with this private firm or developer to design the new housing. If that has occurred, there may be some issues that because if it went through travel procurement or not, but there is some possibilities of us working that way. With NHA also too has already on-call design firms within our organization that we utilize through our chapter assistance program. But I think there's more information details if you can provide, like I asked Mr. Raymond Smith, Mr. Brigay, my door's open, give me a call. I'll give you a response back and set some time up. If you need a face-to-face, we can go through it, but I'm there to give you that assistance. And if you can provide me the support and provide the information, that'll help me. Back to you, Chairman, and you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Osita, for that response. Back to the finance. Any further questions on FY 20 audit findings?
Sitila, this is Delegate Yell here again, Chairman. Honorable.
Delegate Yell here, you have the floor.
Okay, so DAI is going to go to also to Controller Elizabeth Begay. The last time when the KPMG did audit financial statement and single audit, that was in September 30, 2018. I think 2019, September 30, 2019. Era the most audit the AD audit. So you said the audit report maybe they do have it. This information should have been given to Budget Finance Committee from the controller, acting controller, Begay. She provided this information to us being our committee members. Also in this case to the Chairman, Honorable Henio. That's my request through a acting controller Begay. Once about her seat or this to the chair. Go back on mute now. Thank you very much. What I not find out. Chair.
So she's don't get here. There's a copy of the FY 18 or 19 audit report, which you're normally requesting for.
I didn't hear it very good to the Chairman. You're really static on that.
Okay.
There's a noise. Something to do with the phone.
I think it's my computer. How's the noise now? Okay. Which audit report are you asking for?
This audit.
FY 20?
Probably this in September 30, 2019. September 30, 2019 is the Honorable Chairman.
Yeah. Beautiful. I'll ask you. And then the Finance Committee, any further questions, comments? To know you, Ms. Elizabeth Begay, our acting controller for the Nomination Controller's Office. A request from Delegate Jimmy Lair.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate Yeo here regarding the 2019 audit report for the Navajo Nation that was done by Moss Adams. Yes, we will be able to provide you with a copy of that. And right now there are completing the 2020 audit report of the Navajo Nation. And I believe they're ready to issue that, and the legislation will be drafted tomorrow to have that presented to the Budget and Finance Committee, as well as to the NABI and to the council. But we do have the 2019, and we will email it to the BNF committee members. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that response. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee on FY 20 audit findings. Any further questions, comments?
Delegate McGay.
Delegate McGay.
Yeah, this is Vice Chair Smith. Other the members of the BNF. Other Mr. From NXA. I have a question again. That this is, I would say that this is part of the audit. It's been going on. I don't know how your department, your enterprise there is being audited. There's so many people here. These people that are fixed income, they have a low income, but they need homes. So they've been going to your office, actually to Telecommun management office here, so which is run by Ms. Lee. So I don't know how many times they submit their application. For example, last year they put their application because of the pandemic, and before that they already put their submit all the paperwork. But maybe, for example, only one was a background check, which was still lacking. So when the pandemic came and their offices are closed, so right now they went back over there to start off on their where they like, for example, they're almost there, just only lacking a background check. But here they went back and said they don't have anything on them. You have to start all over again. And they even asked for the whole package back. Then they said we don't do that. It's all goes somewhere to headquarters. And I don't know who to call. They went over there. They said they don't know. And I don't know how does this program, housing assistance, really helping the community here? They're very low income. They want a home. They've been in dire need of home, hoping that they'll talk to a person that can answer their questions. So how does this the audit works? Who audits you on these applications? So I think we're giving this the hardest thing for these people. They're very low income people here. So maybe how can he address this from NXA? Thank you, Vice Chair.
Chair, thank you for my question.
Chair, the Delegate Brown.
Delegate Brown, then I'll defer back to Mr. Waseda.
Okay, thank you. I know that, thank you again for all the presentation, answering the question. Would it be audit findings would be my next question. Would it be an audit finding, Mr. Waseda, if you were to restart the subrecipient agreement? I know in 2019, the board then passed an NHA board resolution to do away with the Nahaza subrecipient agreement. And what that subrecipient agreement did was to allow chapters and organizations to apply for funding for building capacities building infrastructure, housing, building on the Navajo Nation. Would it be an audit finding if you were to give Navajo own 501c3s? If it is, how can we fix that? What needs to be changed? And what are when I presented to the new NHA board last month, I asked if they could rescind the subrecipient agreement. And I know some of the responses, the reason why it was abolished was because some of the buildings that were built did not have O&M funding. And I think that's a huge learning experience. How can we go forward and work with the nation and other organizations to make sure that those are covered? I know the Kayenta Senior Center is in really bad shape, and we were depending on the Kayenta multi-purpose building to be built so the senior center can move in there, kind of like creating a one-stop shop, all the Navajo Nation organization to go into one building, and that was the dream. But of course, it's really expensive, and the dream was, the team that worked on this previous leadership was to have Head Start, Senior Center, to be in different parts of the building, so people can go to one place and we wanted to have social services in there, and other like WIC, the Women, Infant, and Children program. So our people did not have to drive back and forth, that they can make one round. And I think that's really, asking, would it be an audit finding, it seems like building, even I think it was called Bluestone. I think we're all eager to see how building communities would work to have everything, not everything, but have the basic infrastructure to be built with these new developments. So I'm looking, and I think right now, we have a great opportunity to put our heads together, to put our minds together, and and I don't think the federal government really listened to us. And so now we have to make do. But I think the current leadership, I noticed that you did mention once about congressional changes. And I think, would you agree that with this current leadership, now would be of all time to address some of these policy changes, mandates, laws, policies by for NAHASA by HUD, and to change some of these through through Congress and Senate. I think now would be a great time to do that, since we're working really well with Washington at this time. I don't think there's any time. I think that Washington did see, and the whole world and the nation did, the United States did see that Navajo Nation was heavily impacted. I think this is where we have a great opportunity to change some of these big languages that tie our hands together on the Navajo Nation. And I really want to also, when is your next work session with your NHA board, or not just board, but with the leadership, the managers, and really look at your policies? When were they last updated? How can we look at and dismantle? Maybe it's Navajo Nation laws, maybe it's Navajo Nation titles that prohibit you, and that and how can we as council help you change some of these? So if you have your next, I don't know if it would be like an internal NHA leadership meeting, we're looking at policy and updating them. And I think now is a great time. We have learned from COVID. We have learned so much. And again, these are an extraordinary time that we need to change and help build houses and help spend some of these funding. And I do understand, these audit findings. I do understand that, and maybe if we don't have the capacity on Navajo, who is your next organization? I'm saying these things because when I went to Washington, D.C. a few years ago, I was really interested in attending some HUD meetings. There was a report given to the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs, and there were multiple tribes there, including Navajo. When I talked to some of these other tribes, they said, why does you as Navajo create your own policy? You create so much on your own. They said, we as our own tribe, we streamline the process, and we're still getting our funding. And I think what they told us was, you as Navajo Nation created your own red tape at NHA level. You wanted also to look really good in front of HUD and in front of Washington, D.C., but you don't need to do that. And I wonder if you can respond to this. How true is that? Are we creating at the Navajo level, not at HUD level, not at the district level, but at the Navajo Nation level? What kind of policies can we look at to take apart also, and to streamline some of these processes? So with that, and then the other audit finding that I heard was, can you use funding to use for security at these NHA housing? I think when NHA builds their house, especially with the amount of funding, what I'm hearing from NHA residents is there's a lot of bootleggers and drug dealers at these NHA housing. Therefore, people really can't leave their house to check on their elders. When I was in Kayenta, that's what some people were telling me, that they have a lot of bootleggers and drug dealers, and NHA is not doing anything about it. If there is, what is NHA doing? With all these funding, I think there should be a public safety piece to your NAHASA dollars. I think when you create a housing program at these times, there has to be some sort of security measures in place. And I know that policies say that if you are selling drugs or alcohol, then and they should immediately be able to move out and follow through with the prosecution, whatever needs to be done at that point to keep our people safe and everyone that's surrounding. There are a lot of children that tend to be involved and who are in the middle of all of this. So I'm interested to know what you're doing with that being audit finding if you were to use these funds on public safety. I'm saying this because I know Kayenta Township, with some of the local tax dollars, they were going to hire 2 police officers to patrol and help the Navajo Nation police. So there is a big piece of that. And would that be an audit finding? I did have some other questions referring to audit, and let me look at my notes here. Those are all my questions at this time. Yeah. Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Chair Henio, are you still on the call? Vice Chair, you may have to take over the lead. Vice Chair Smith, you may have to lead the discussion. I don't see Chair Henio on the call. Perhaps Elmer Nisha.
Can you hear me now? This is Vice Chair Smith.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Are we ready to call for the question now? We've been at this for over 2 hours now.
We have a motion and second.
Yes, we do. We have
Chair,
Delegate Brown and also Jimmy Yellowhair is a second.
Let's call for the
Vice Chair, before we do that, I have a question, Vice Chair, Shatu. This is Delegate Yell here.
Due to time restraints, we got to get to the recess on this one item. Shannon, if we're going to ask questions, make sure it's just a question.
Well,
the floor, Shay.
Oh.
On over
Vice Chair, yat adon jonta that's arande. I could end about this if I'm in order. I need Honorable Brown Chahatzi. Those other small tribes with the Navajo with the housing authority, they have a very less policy. We should see their policy. Those other small tribes and compare those with our policy. It about this, Vice Chairman too. Yeah, thank you for the floor. Yeah.
Let's call for the question.
Vice Chair, this is Delegate Brown.
Delegate Brown?
Yes, I'm not sure how far when you got cut off from the call, but I did have some questions for NHA on audit findings, possible audit findings on their funding. So I'm looking at their agenda, and if you look at our agenda, it also states, the plans for the FRF funding. So I think all the questions that my colleagues are asking are relevant. We are following the agenda the way that it's stated on there. And my questions pertain to the audit also. So if we can, I know that we have to go back to our other session, but Mr. Wasetta, if you can respond to my questions and my colleagues' questions in writing, I would appreciate that. And then also just for the record that I plan, and then my colleagues from Budget and Finance Committee, I would like to bring back NHA with a different title also on some of their plans and how we can help, and specifically looking at the policies that tend to hinder the spending of NHA dollars. I think this is the perfect time to do that. So if I can, I'll request for that at the appropriate time, Vice Chair. Yeah, thank you.
I will say thank you, Honorable Brown. NHA, could you provide a written response back to the committee members' questions posed? We'd appreciate that. Therefore, we have a motion and second. Call for the question on the report. Ramona, Shanetta, could you do a roll call vote?
Yes, Vice Chairman, roll call vote for accepting the report. Honorable Jamie Senio, how do you vote?
Thank you, Vice Chair, for taking over. I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jamie Senio votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Hello, Yati. Good afternoon. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Claudia, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth Claudia, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Claudia, how do you vote?
Mr. Vice Chair, Delegate Crowdy votes green per text message.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth Claudia votes green. Vice Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Vice Chairman not voting. Vice Chairman?
Okay, Shanetta, thank you for the roll call vote. Motion carries. Moving on, before we move on, I'll go ahead and turn the gavel back over to our Chair Henyo. Chair Henyo, you have the gavel.
Yeah, Chantal, Vice Chair Smith were taking over. I had to reset my modem. If it still does it again, I might have to move down the road on the side of the road here for a little bit. But nonetheless, let's go to item C, FY22 budget updates, presented by Dominic Biel, Office of Management and Budget. Mr. Biel. Mr. Dominic Biel. The Office of Management and Budget on the line. First call, Office of Management and Budget. Second call, Office of Management and Budget.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Dominic Bial is on the call. He just needs to dial *6 to unmute.
Last call, Office of Management and Budget. Then they're not responding, so let's move forward to item 6, old business. There's none. New business A, legislation 0115-21. Do we have Delegate Mark Freeland on the line?
Good morning, or good afternoon, Shana. Delegate Freeland here. I'm ready for my bull.
Thank you, Shana. For being on the line. Peggy, if you would read the legislation into the record.
Okay. Good afternoon. Legislation number 0115-21. Budget and Finance Committee has final authority on this. Navigation Standing Committee Resolution 24th Navigation Council, 3rd year 2021, introduced by Mark Freeland, Prime Sponsor, tracking number 0115-21, an action relating to the Resources and Development and Budget and Finance Committees, approving a modification in the FY 2021 proprietary budget account business unit number 115017 for the Navajo Nation Museum, an increase of $72,000 for the museum to resume and continue its operation. The legislation has been read into the record and the exhibits are attached as referenced in the legislation. The the Legislative Council's memo is attached. Public review documents are there. No comments received. And then the Resources and Development Committee has a due pass with no amendments and a vote tally sheet. That concludes the reading of the legislation.
Delegate Brown, no motion.
Thank you for that reading, Peggy. The motion to accept 115-21.
Yellow hair, second motion.
Who offered the motion? I could barely hear.
Delegate Brown, I motioned.
Kashina Shinanta. Delegate Nathaniel Brown motion. The second by Shinanta. Delegate Jimmy Yellow hair. So we do have a motion and second in place. With that, Shinanta, Delegate Mark Freeland, you have the floor to introduce the resolution to the Budget and Finance Committee.
Budget and Finance Committee members, good afternoon. Adult staff and everyone on this call, I hope everyone is doing well today. It's a beautiful day on the Navajo Nation. Greetings from Crown Point. Eastern Agency, New Mexico. Chantal, this is a legislation I'm assisting with through the Navajo Nation Museum. It's a request for an FY 2021 proprietary budget modification in the amount of $72,000. It's an increase, and its sole purpose is for the museum to resume and continue its operations. I do have with me my agent, Mr. Manuelito Wheeler. He's on the call as well. So if I may, Chair and committee members, if I can give him the floor to give you a little bit more insight on this legislation and the request for the need of the $72,000 increase. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Appreciate that, Senator. Delegate Freeland. Mr. Wheeler?
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Freeland, the introduction, and the Honorable the BNF Committee. This is just we're just asking for an increase in our proprietary fund. We were given very small amount this past fiscal year because the prior controller felt that I guess they were being conservative, thinking that we weren't going to make the revenue that we did this past fiscal year due to COVID. But the opposite happened, and we are doing okay, bringing in revenue because of COVID. We had a lot of offices that needed a safe working environment, and so they were looking to the museum to be housed here, and because they're housed here, we generated revenue from their rental. So we've already exceeded the amount of revenue in the proprietary amount that was given to us during a FY 2020. And so, I mean, there's all this extra revenue that we're generating, and we just want to increase our proprietary amount to spend that amount and get things that we need, just basic operational needs. And so that's what I'm here for, and what Delegate Freeland has sponsored this legislation for us to increase it. And you know, we're eager, and we started this process a long time ago. And as you all know, it takes a little while to get all of this through the process. So we're trying to get this done so we can buy some things that we need for the museum. That's it.
Mr. Chair.
Motion down. Delegate Freeland, does that conclude your presentation?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I may, Ashiko.
Oh, you have the floor. You still have the floor.
Thank you, Shana. I don't hear Tiliajido Shana, Honorable Brown, though Honorable Yellow Hair for the motion in the second. Chairman, this is a request that was made by of course, the Navajo Nation Museum, and I appreciate Mr. Wheeler's description of the legislation at hand. A simple request that we ask the Budget and Finance Committee for your favorable consideration and approval of this legislation. So, yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you, and God bless each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Delegate Freeland and your agent for providing information on this legislation. It looks like we are final authority, so therefore, Senator Budget and Finance Committee, any questions, comments?
Chair Henry, I got a question.
Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Well, thank you. I'm looking at the heading of the legislation. This is approving a modification in the FY 2021 proprietary budget account. Wouldn't it be fair to say 2022, or is that just a typo on the legislation 0115-21? Because FY 2021, an addition, just for clarification, and if that's okay, then I'm fine with it. But if it needs to be changed, or if it's just a typo, just a question. Thank you.
For that question, Vice Chair Smith. Any further questions or comments? I'm not hearing any, so I'll defer back to Delegate Mark Freeland.
Shana, thank you for that question. I'm going to go ahead and defer that to Mr. Wheeler. Mr. Wheeler, if you could answer that question posed by Vice Chair Smith.
Okay. Honorable Smith, this is Manny Wheeler from the museum. So that is correct. It is for this current fiscal year, and we are, that's money that we made this current fiscal year, and we already got our budget allocation for next fiscal year, and the controller already did increase the amount to what we usually get. So what you're seeing on the legislation is correct.
So back to Budget and Finance Committee, the heading FY 2021 is correct. So any further questions or comments?
This is Delegate Yeller here.
Delegate Yeller here, you have the floor.
It is correct for FY21. I'm sending it. Thank you, Chair. Just for short on answer for that one. Corrections on FY21 is correct. Thank you very much. Appreciate it for giving me the floor. Thank you very much, Chair. Ready to vote?
Any further questions, comments? Budget and Finance Committee. I'm not hearing any. Therefore, we have final authority. If not, there's no further questions. First call. Any questions or comments? Second call. Third and final call. Okay. Let's move forward to roll call vote. Ramona, roll call vote for legislation 115-21.
Sure, Chairman. Roll call vote for legislation 0115-21. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yell here, how do you vote?
I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yell here votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott-Carty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott-Carty, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott-Carty, how do you vote?
Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bott-Carty, I apologize, Shade, I was on mute, and I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott-Carty votes green. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Thank you for that roll call vote. Legislation 115-21 receives a due pass. I would vote 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. With this, Delegate Mark Freeland for your legislation and Mr. Wheeler for your presentation.
Colleagues of the Budget and Finance Committee, thank you very much.
BNF Committee for the favorable vote. The museum appreciates it.
With that, let's move forward to Budget and Finance Committee. To item B on our agenda, discussion on the FY 2022 Budget and Finance Comprehensive Budget hearings. We have it scheduled on our budget calendar to start August 19th to August 25th. But then there was also an issue that we needed to also discuss, which is the Department of Justice litigation update that was already scheduled on these days also. So with this, Peggy, kind of give us an overview, a high-level overview of what this comprehensive budget hearings entails and how what role BNF plays plus the other committees.
Mr. Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, if you look at the written report that was provided from the Office of Management and Budget, Exhibit C to the BIM, we would be on number 13 where it says August 19 through the 25th, 2021. Conduct budget hearings, review and approve branch chiefs' budgets and the Oversight Committee's budget recommendations. Excuse me, and act on and issue the Navajo Nation Council proposed legislation for the Navajo Nation Comprehensive Budget. And that says Budget and Finance Committee. So we're at that point now where the oversight budget resolutions are being emailed and such, and our office is being asked to, as the advisor for the Budget and Finance Committee, programs are emailing, asking where the agenda is for the comprehensive budget hearing. But there has been a litigation update scheduled for Thursday and Friday this week, the 19th and 20th. And that is the one that is scheduled for Santa Ana, Pueblo. And that's where things are at. And and that's supposed to be a litigation update for the council. So we haven't found out from the speaker's office yet whether that, if there's going to be a Zoom meeting set up for that. But if the Budget and Finance Committee continues with budget hearings on the 19th and 20th, we would have to ask the chairs and vice chairs to assign someone to cover for their committees so that they can deliver the budget messages and such from their committees. Mr. Chair, is that what you were requesting as an overview?
Yes, that's what I was asking, to kind of give the committee a reminder of what takes place during that time with the the comprehensive hearings, which we need to have the chairs and vice chairs of each committee come before the Budget and Finance with their budgets. Peggy?
Yes, the chairs and vice chairs usually go before the committee and provide an overview of their budgets. We have the same report, similar reports that are provided by OMB on each division. And as you know, there are 13 divisions within the Navajo Nation government. And then we review the judicial branch and the executive branch as well as the legislative branch budgets. So the oversight chairs and vice chairs provide information about any changes that they wish to have in the budgeting process. And then they also have conditions of appropriations and those legislative concerns that they report to the Budget and Finance Committee. And then as the committee is reviewing those budgets, if they see that there needs to be changes made, recommended changes that they may have to either include a COA or a legislative concern and all that, those are negotiated with the vice chairs and the chairs of those committees to make sure that they fully understand what is being proposed by the Budget and Finance Committee going forward with the comprehensive budget. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that overview of what will be taking place during those dates. And so with this, committee members, the floor is open for discussion. Or shall we do?
Let's
establish a motion and second first. Is there a motion to? Motion by Delegate Yellow Hair. There's second.
Delegate Crotty, and I will second.
Delegate Amber Knusbach second. So second by first motion by Delegate Jimmy Yellow Hair. Delegate Yellow Hair, you have the floor.
Okay, I just want to also on a date for this meeting, budget meeting for comprehensive budget. It just say August 18, 19, 20. July to the chair with this budget because of litigations, and it's in there for a August 19 and 20. Our budget will be a what date are we talking about? To the chair.
According to the budget calendar that we should all have, it says in there under number 13, August 19th, 20th. So it starts with August 19th, which is this Thursday, according to the calendar we have. And this should be ending on Wednesday, August 25th of next week. So Delegate to me over here.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Any further questions, comments, concerns?
Okay, Chair, to the chair. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm looking at the budget fiscal year 22 budget preparation calendar. With ALO conduct budget hearing August 19th to 25th. Chair.
Any questions, comments, concerns, Budget and Finance Committee members?
So, Chair Henio, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you. Does this require a quorum for the budget hearing? I know BNF is going to be conducting this, and some of us will be like wanting to attend that legislation update or litigation update, rather. Thank you.
Peggy, do you have an idea of how we conducted this last year?
Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, as we did the oversight budget hearings where you wanted to have the legislations ready to the record, and then you had a motion and second, and then you voted at the end of the deliberation on that budget. We did that last year, so I don't know if you want to do that again this year, or if you choose to do like other oversights have done, is to have a special meeting where you bring those, you would have a motion in a second and then table it, or not do a motion in a second, but just hear the whole presentation and then have a special meeting to deal with each resolution. Those are your options that you have. So to expedite the process, recently you've been wanting to do motion and second and vote on the budget as we go through each resolution. So you don't have to repeat yourself or try to recollect what transpired in your discussion and debate on those particular budgets.
we can hear you. So back to Vice Chair Smith, it's up to the committee as far as how they wish to conduct these oversight comprehensive hearings. Like we took care of the oversight, we stated that we should have a quorum and conduct it in that manner. So I believe what I'm hearing is it's up to the Budget and Finance Committee how they wish to proceed. If they wish to proceed just to hear the reports and then take action afterwards, that's up to the committee. Vice Chair.
Goshi, I guess that's up to the committee members. I'm just listening in right now. I was looking at the agenda for the litigation, and it's a draft. I was trying to look for the one that was recently sent. However, it looks to be on the 19th. It's pretty busy, and the 20th, it's only a partial day. So I'm trying to find the one that's the 2 days. This one's a draft, and it's from 9 to 3 p.m. It starts with the Office of Attorney General update, and it ends with water rights update. And that was generated 8/11/2021. Shenandoah, could you help me out on that? Thank you.
Kushina, thank you for that. Peggy, is there anybody else besides Manuel on this call from the legislative branch? Chairman's office? Peggy?
Good morning. This is Tommy Sussy with Office of the Speaker on the line.
Oh, Tommy, I forgot you were there. By any chance, would you have the updated, latest and greatest agenda?
The agenda? I can see if I can get it for you.
Yes, if you would, and then send it to Peggy, and then she could disseminate it to all the committee members.
Okay. I'll get that right now.
Augustina.
Sure.
Delegate Jimmy O'Hare, you have the floor.
Nana, as the chairman and vice chairman, so my colleagues have been in the committee. I do that the Justice Department. That only not the August 26th and 27th. Shall we request a litigation meeting on those 2 dates? That's my my request or motion on that one. Chairman.
Delegate Jimmy O'Hare. We have previously approved off-road travel by BNF, if you don't remember that, at the last meeting, to go down to Scottsdale, Arizona, to have a joint meeting with RDC and CKP. August 26th and 27th, we let us see Lena. But to recap that, Budget and Finance Committee, last I've seen on the email thread was that Speaker Damon is not holding off on signing those travel requests because I just received another email from Manuel, or I think it's a text, stating that there will be a Navikia committee meeting on the 26th, and of course a special meeting for a nomination council on the 27th. So Aiden believe that's why Speaker Damon is not signing the off-reservation travel for the joint meeting for RDC and BNF with CKP. That's the latest I've been apprised of. So, Delegate O'Hare, for your requests 26 and 27, I believe those 2 dates are already taken.
Sure.
And for as far as the request to have Department of Justice move it forward, I believe the last information I received was that Department of Justice was leaving it up to the office of the Speaker. And therefore, I believe at this present time, with all the information being sent out from the Speaker's office, with the room blocking at the Star Casino and travel ORTs being disseminated, that the 19th and 20th, in my opinion, is still a go. Delegate Hill here.
Chair Henio, this
Chairman, Delegate Yeller again. Yeah, enough for your explanation. Pretty clear. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, that's not Delegate Yeller here. Peggy?
Okay, just as a reminder, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, the reason that the NABI meeting is happening on the 26th and then the special session of the council is going to be on the 27th is because of the FY20 audit legislation that's going to be dropped tomorrow. The Budget and Finance Committee would have to also call a special meeting maybe by the 25th or the morning of the 26th so that, you know, we can have that audit legislation discussed and approved by Budget and Finance Committee and then recommended to the NABI and Council. Remember, I stated earlier that August 29th is when that audit report needs to be at the bondholders. And that's because of the covenants made with the bondholders by the Navajo Nation.
Christina, thank you. Thank you for the update. Budget and Finance Committee, let's establish a consensus as far as from this committee, who is interested in the DOJ litigation update and attending. And that way we'll know if we do have a quorum or not. The reason being is because of Vice Chair Smith earlier, he mentioned that the first day is the full day. That's when all these updates will happen. And then the second day is just a partial day. So if we can see who's all interested in attending, maybe we can start our hearing on the 20th. That's what I'm proposing. But as far as I'm concerned as chair, I am interested in the agenda, and I think litigation updates are important, but just the timing is not, they should understand the budget calendar that we have. But I am interested as part of my duties to listen in on the updates and to see where we are on these pending litigations. Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair Henio. In this case, first day, I see the litigation meeting. Although the initial the budget hearing, but in this case, that's why I was waiting for that updated agenda and to see how we could coordinate that. So, we'd still be in line with the number 7, the number 13, the conduct budget hearings, review and approve budget chiefs, budget oversight, budget recommendations, and act on issues now as proposed legislation for the Navajo Nation comprehensive budget. So it'd be more or less a quorum that we could get on the 20th dilution, and then we could reconvene on the 23rd and 24th and 25th. So we'd have four full days to get this conducted, even if we go into Sunday. But I hate to do that with staff. Staff would like to have their weekends off, that's kind of stretching it. But the initial, the Mobis Kun issue, thank you.
Okay, Delegate Jim Gallagher.
Yeah, Nana, I'd like to support what my Chatsui Vice Chairman Ninigi. I'll go with that one. I'll support it that way, and we'll be here the following next day as being a committee. I'd like to plan a vice chairman and a chairman to the NADO. We should go that route too. I'm very interested in going to litigations. It's important to the Navajo Nation government too. Yeah, I supported Mr. Vice Chairman, Honorable Smith. Thank you. Yeah.
Delegate Camille Hirschnanda, Delegate Amber Kansla.
Thank you, Chair and committee members. So I'm just looking at Title II in our responsibility as delegates, and the committee took action on the budget schedule. In reading OMB's report, Mr. Bial did identify that the schedule was tight, and I think in terms of that, so for myself, I'm prioritizing the budget hearing, so we don't have the same issues like last year where we're and understanding how the CR has a negative impact on budget and creates more work on the whole Navajo Nation. Every single program had to redo their budget. So I'm just worried about the timeline. I just want to also state for an observation, I recognize that we're having this important, I don't see on the record that, I don't know if we need to make a decision on something, but I do see, and I'm concerned that we're having a Navajo Nation litigation meeting at Santa Ana Pueblo. There is some historic issues with Santa Ana Pueblo, especially when it came to the murder of two of our women from Red Valley and their 3 children. That Santa Ana Pueblo was not really supportive in terms of supporting the family and helping. And the other issue is, we all know that it's Santa Fe Indian Market this weekend. So this is just another way to get folks closer to the market on the Navajo Nation dime. I have issues with that. So I could call in. I did see the email that Attorney General, DOJ for the most part, we're all going to be virtual except for Attorney General. And I was in the last call-in, I believe, with the litigation meeting. And I think only 3 delegates called in. So I just need to know if there's something on the agenda that needs action by delegates and our capacity of delegates. But if there's another way where we could accommodate the budget schedule, because I don't think that we should move this to the weekend, and we should try to keep weekends free. If we could just call in, or I'm not sure if there's maybe a high-level summary of the litigation, or especially like if an action needs to happen. I know in the past, Water Rights was asking for some direction. So I think, Chair, if there's an action that needs to be taken, but I also believe that could also be done virtually, as we just heard the report from Department of Health and going into the orange status. So I'm just trying to, if anyone on the call or committee members have additional information, that would be helpful in how I move forward in my decision making. Thank you, Chair.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Oh yeah, my understanding is all the budget and finance, including the hearings, are virtual, right? Where are we going to be calling into the hearing? So, and I think with that, I know that all of us, we've attended multiple meetings through Zoom or teleconference. I don't see any difference in this situation. unless if we were going to have the budget hearing in person in Window Rock. Was that the case? So if you can respond to me, is our budget hearing going to be in person? If not, then I don't see a problem. People call Budget and Finance Committee members calling in, and also the standing committee's chair and vice chair calling in as well. So what's the issue that we're discussing right now? Of course, as Budget and Finance Committee member, all of us, we have to take this budget, make it a priority above all else. But and if we choose to do that, would we lose quorum? If not, would we not have anyone show up for the budget hearing? Those are my questions first. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Delegate Elmer P. Begay, your thoughts? Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Okay, back to the questions being posed on the Budget and Finance Committee comprehensive budget hearings. Peggy, question is this: would this be virtual call-in or in person?
Chair Henio and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, that is up to you as a committee to decide if you want an in-person, but we will be limited to only 25 people at one time in the Budget and Finance Committee conference room. I believe that it would probably, like as Shiaj Delegate Brown has stated, you all have been in a number of different Zoom meetings and throughout this time, and so we can still just have it virtual if you want. That's not a problem.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you. Delegate Elmer Begay, it's going down to each committee as far as their thoughts on this DOJ litigation update, and then comparing that to the budget schedule that we have on Manson case. Delegate Elmer Begay?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Oh, I can hear you now.
Okay, yeah. I was on the other phone. But I heard all the discussion. Jimmy Yellow here, you say, oh, she's not going to. But on the first day, I'd like to listen to the litigation. The next day, is it going to be where the litigation ends or what time? But I'm willing to go. I don't need the first day go through the litigation. Other the next day being a Friday, which would be Friday. I don't know how it's going to be. I don't mind going into weekend, but if it's really necessary, I'll be there. Idiot.
I believe as Vice Chair stated, that we need to leave the weekends free. He just mentioned Sunday, but at the end he mentioned that it should be the case because our staff, sometimes they would like to have their weekends off, attend to their family business. So what I'm hearing is that the Budget and Finance Committee would like to focus on the Department of Justice litigation update on the 19th, which is Thursday. think we could do that and begin our comprehensive budget hearings on Friday and focus on that. So that's what I'm so far getting from the committee as I go to each of the committee members, except for Shananta, African as well, Claudio. The budget calendar that we had approved is still another issue that we need to look at. That's why this is an action item on our agenda. That's why we established a motion and second for the committee to determine. This way we need to let our staff know and have Peggy develop that agenda accordingly and send them out to the Navajo Nation executive branch, legislative branch, and judicial branch. As you have law and order committee that have oversight over different programs, health, education, human services, and resource development committee, and especially our committees that we have approved. So those, that's why we need to make it clear to our staff. That way they can start moving forward with the agenda. Budget and Finance Committee. So that's why we called for this action item. Peggy, do you have anything else?
Not really, Chair. I think we covered it. We just need to vote.
Shana, thank you for that. And I believe Legislative Council, question for Legislative Council, what's schedule are you planning on being at the attending or participating in the DOJ litigation updates?
This is Lurleen from Legislative Council. Yes, that was the plan, is for the Office of Legislative Council to attend both days of the litigation update. So I don't know if the committee can work around that or not. Thank you.
Thank you. This is Dana. If I could add, please.
Dana, please.
Thank you very much. So yes, it would be great if Legislative Council could all go to the litigation update, but if BNF determines to have its budget negotiation meetings, Laura Lynn or myself will be right there with you. So don't feel the need to schedule around us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dana, and thank you, Ms. Tapahi, for your input. As it is important to have our Legislative Council be with us during these negotiation meetings. At the same time with Department of Justice also, as they provide their input also. So this, I believe, Budget and Finance Committee. And see what remind me, Peggy.
This is Delegate Patty. Can I ask our legal a question?
You have the floor, Shananta.
Thank you. Ms. Barbara, do you know if council is for this? I'm trying to understand the scheduling of the legislation since BNF did pass a resolution with the budget calendar. Do you know if there's an immediate need for council to make recommendations on litigation? I still plan to call in, but I would like to be prepared if there's action that's going to need to take place during this litigation meeting. Thank you.
Dana, response?
Thank you. I am not aware that there is immediate action items for council to that they need council input on. However, I'm not privy to everything, and I do know that there's much water litigation type such heating up. So I think actually to get a direct answer to your question, I would need to defer to Department of Justice, to the AG, whoever is on the line. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that response, Dana. To Mel Rodas, are you still on the line with us?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm here with you. Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I'm not aware. Oh, sorry, sir.
Go ahead, Mel.
Oh, thank you, sir. I don't believe that there are any immediate action items for council to decide at the time of the litigation update, sir. I think the main intention is just to be informative, and then there might be action items as a follow-up.
Okay, thank you, Mel, for that information. I believe we just received the information from our Chief of Staff, Ms. Yazzie, as far as what will be discussed on the first day, Thursday, August 19th. And there are 4 areas that will be discussed on Thursday, the 19th. Then Friday, on the 20th, updates from the Office of the Prosecutor,
This one?
Office of the Attorney General,
Committees.
and then the water rights update on Friday. So I believe that's what they will be discussing on those 2 days. And I am back to the committee. There's pretty much 2 full days. The water rights is on Friday, and of course the HEP litigation is still being litigated. That might be of interest to the committee as far as it comes to economic development. And so then, of course, the San Juan Paiute Treaty 2 also is on the agenda for the second day. So back to Budget and Finance Committee as far as participating in the DOJ litigation updates. And starting the budget hearings on the second day. Since we have a motion and second established already, Peggy, remind me who has the motion, who has a second?
Sorry about that, I was muted. It's Delegate Yellow Horse has the motion, and the second is Delegate Crotty. And from what I heard, Mr. Yellow Hair didn't really specify the dates for certain.
Thank you for that, Peggy. Back to the committee. As far as participation in the litigation updates, and then officially beginning the comprehensive budget hearings. There needs to be some action taken to move forward with this. So, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair holding the motion.
Chair Henio.
So okay. Yeah, I'd like to go with the, like I said, let's go with the second day on August the 20th and come back. That will be my plan to support a Vice Chairman, Mr. Honorable Raymond Smith. So I'd like to go with that. Let's attend the meeting on the full day, August 19th. Chairman, this is Delegate Respond. Chair.
Delegate Yellowhair, and as far as beginning on the second day, what time On the 20th.
Well,
Not the second day, I'm sorry. What date to start on August 20th?
A time, that will be, probably maybe at 1 o'clock because the travel date. For me, I travel at one day. I don't know about, my colleagues. I see I travel. I one day now. We could meet regular time at 10 o'clock in the morning. But I tell you, my colleagues, 1 o'clock and so on, she got been holding me. Chairman.
To begin 1 o'clock on August 20th. Is that what you're stating? Kushina? With that, with the motion, it'd be for the Budget and Finance to begin their comprehensive budget hearings on Friday, August 20th at 1 o'clock p.m. With that, Delegate Amber Kinoswakari, you're holding the second.
Sorry, Chairman. I second. Thank you.
You're breaking up. You still second that?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Amber Kinoswakari. I'll withdraw my second. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Hakushina. With that, second has been withdrawn. Budget and Finance Committee. So there is a motion on the floor from Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Is there a second? Is there a second going once?
Chair Henio?
Vice Chair Smith?
I'll second if we change the time to 10 o'clock.
Jimmy Yellowhair. Motion second to change the time to 10 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, yeah, Chairman and Vice Chairman. I'll take that 10 o'clock. If the Chairman wants to have 10 o'clock in the meeting Friday on August 20. I'll be there. Let's do it on 10 o'clock in the morning then. Thank you.
So the motion on the floor for the Budget and Finance Committee is to begin the comprehensive FY 2022 budget hearings on Friday, August 20th at 10 o'clock in the morning. Motion by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair and second by Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith.
Okay, second by Vice Chair Smith. With that, I believe we've all had our input. I'll call for a roll call vote. Rona, if you would lead us on a roll call vote.
Chairman, roll call vote for the approving the scheduling of the comprehensive budget hearings. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kinoswakari, how do you vote?
Yeah, they saw the Delegate Amber Kinoswakari, and I vote red. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kinoswakari votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes red.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 2 opposing, Chairman not voting, and that is the vote. Chairman?
Thank you, Ramona, for that roll call vote. Vote in favor, 3 in favor, 2 opposed. Motion carries. So with this vote, and Peggy, if you would start developing the agenda for Friday, August 20th at 10 o'clock a.m. and notify the presenters of the
agenda. And so just for who would be the first committee to come before the Budget and Finance, just sets up for that way we'll know who to be looking out for.
Okay, Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, I have a question for clarification, but to answer your last question, it would be the Health Education and Human Services is ready, as far as I know, and then it would be Law and Order Committee. And then I believe it would be the RDC, and then last would be NABI. And maybe RDC might flip with NABI. I'm not sure where their resolutions are, but I know that there are some oversight meetings this week, so I haven't really heard the results on that, but HES is ready. They completed their hearings last week and they've got all the resolutions signed, possibly today, and they're ready to go forward. So my question was, so you're only having 4 days of hearings, and are you starting every day at 10, or are we going to start at 8 o'clock or 7:30 or 7? Just to get all the work done in 4 days? That would be my question. And then there has to, there would have to be a special meeting possibly on the 25th for that audit legislation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. There's an echo somewhere. Somebody has a phone, needs to mute their phone. But the motion was just for Friday to begin at 10 o'clock. But I believe the other 3 days, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of next week will be it. We should begin at 8 o'clock in the morning. Peggy.
Okay, that's fine. That sounds good. And then I guess we'll just go as late as we need to, just to get it done, right?
Oh, yes. Okay, let's move forward on our agenda. Budget and Finance Committee, we are at the close of session. Written announcements. There's no written announcements that Peggy, I don't think Peggy has any. Adjournment, motion to adjourn.
There is an announcement.
Yellowhair motion to adjourn. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair motions to adjourn. Is there a second? Is there a second? On adjourn.
This is Delegate Brown, I'll second.
Okay, so Delegate Nathaniel Brown seconds. We do have a motion and a second to adjourn, and we do have to continue our budget oversight hearing after this. Ramona, if you would lead us in the roll call vote.
Chair, I have an announcement.
It says written announcements. Is that in writing?
There was a text message, but I can send that to you.
No, go ahead, Peggy. Make your announcement.
Okay. Sorry to announce this, but we do have funeral services for the former speaker, Kelsey A. Begay, on Friday, this coming Friday.
Thank you for that information. Peggy, thank you.
Oh.
Ramona, if you would lead us in the roll call vote.
Third Chairman, roll call vote for closing of the session. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Carty, how do you vote?
Amber Kenneth-Carty, and I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Cardi votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote
Honorable
green.
Elmer P. Okay, thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Okay, thank you for that roll call vote. We do have a motion to adjourn. Vote in favor, 5 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting. It is 3:01 p.m. and we are officially adjourned. Let's take a short break, with the Finance Committee, and let's reconvene at 3:15 p.m. Thank you.
Vice Chair Smith calling it. There's Delegate Haney on the line. Vice Chair Smith? Yes, Chair. I believe you still have the gavel, so I'll just follow your lead. Okay. Peggy, are we online? Is any more delegates?
Vice Chair, have you called for a roll call yet? I believe,
Shannon, could you do a roll call vote, please?
Sure, roll call for reconvening the oversight budget hearings, August 17, 2021. Jamie Henyo. Roll call for August 17, 2021, oversight budget hearings, continuation. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
I'm present.
Thank you. Honorable Jamie Henyo is present. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is present. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'm present too.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is present. Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott-Cotty.
Shadow Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bott-Cotty, I'm on the line.
Thank you, Honorable Amber